hold on, folks. This is not the device I was going to go live on, and I haven't got my light on yet. Hold on. Oh, YouTube, you are a pain in the ass sometimes. Hold on. I got to get my light on, for one thing, and on my tripod over there. But I also got a dog over by the door. I wasn't ready to go live yet, and I am on the wrong device. That's annoying. I was setting the stream up and it's gone live straight away without any messing about. Whoops. Okay, for those of you that are watching this on replay, the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. Your eponymous hero and host for the evening. Down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum, someone who sleeps rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Okay, folks, let me bring up chat. If you're going to follow along and you too want to bring up chat, you want to select live chat, all messages. Don't be hanging around waiting for, I think it's called top chat by default. Top chat will hide about 10% of messages and will thus mess you around and hide things from you. I will answer people and respond to people, and you won't have seen their messages. Give me a second. My young lady over here she can hear me talking. She wants to get in on the action. If you will just give me 5 or 10 seconds, I will go and retrieve her. Hold on, folks. Hey, babe. Are you there? You coming up with me? Come on, then. Okay. Whoop, you come. Yay! Come on, I've got you. Big cuddles. We're talking to the peoples. I know. Let me have a second just to readjust, folks, after that vigorous exercise. Just bear with me. I think the video is very jittery when it's done from this particular device. You're on the wrong device at the wrong resolution. YouTube messed me about. How unusual. How unusual. Oh, let me get down my coffee. I have a coffee up there. Oh, I got 2 coffees up there. Let me bring down the first of the coffees. Would normally have been down at the start, but again, the start took me a little bit by surprise. I don't know that I've got room for everything. Hold on. Here we go. I might have to take the lid off this cup momentarily. Just give me a second. Okay. Way too hot. I will take the lid off that. Hold on. I'll take the lid off that. Let the coffee cool down while we wait for people to arrive. Now, people are going to be late arriving because I started early. No 2 ways around it, is there? I was battling to set up the stream on time, and YouTube just took me live, so that's no fun. Let me see what I can do here. I'm not even plugged in with my various little, what do we got? I'm on my original EcoFlow tonight rather than the new one. I've got the lamp set up with the lamp plugged in for power, and I've got the phone here. The phone's not even turned on. Look, the phone was just powering up. I got taken by surprise, folks. I came live when I didn't expect to come live. I was maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes early. and it's all just caught me on the hop, look, and even the lamp. Here's the battery pack from the lamp. The lights, sorry, from the lights. The lights haven't been charged in 2 days. This will be the third night. I expect these to go off at some point during tonight's broadcast. It's all a bit of a fuck up, isn't it? If we're gonna be honest about these things, it's all a bit of a fuck up. If you're joining me now, those few of you that are here, I was just creating the stream in YouTube when it took me live, and I'm on the tablet coming to you rather than being on the phone. And as far as I can tell, the videos are always a little bit more jerky on here. It's not great on here. I don't know about the audio. I guess we'll see when I watch it back. But it's a little bit lame. Nobody's talking to me in chat. That's unusual. Come and say hello in chat if you're there. If there are any people there. I don't know. It's all messed up. It's all gone wonky. It's all gone sideways. So cheers for that. Ouch. UK Richie says video looks fine. That's weird because even to me, it looks like it's stilted and it looks like it's done in the dark with, how would you put it? Well, with not enough light. It just looks wrong. But then I'll take your word for it, mate. I'll take your word for it. UK Richie, hello, my friend. My coffee's very hot. Literally just made it, and I've got my usual trouble of stuff dripping down off the tash and the beard. And his computer tube just checking in between chores. Ismo, my friend. Ismo Finlandia. I would say kippis, but it's not alcohol. It's just a coffee. Let me see if I can rectify that. I am down, folks, unbelievably. I'm down to my last 4 beers. And 3 of them are holding up the lamp over there. And do you know what? This one's warm. I'm gonna swap it. I'm gonna swap. Give me a second. These 3 have just come out of the fridge. These 3 are cold. I'm gonna put this one back there, touching them. Maybe they can cool it down, and maybe I can have a cold one to sip on while I'm talking with you all. And then I can say to my friend Ismo, Kippis. Have we got any of my Norwegian or Swedish friends in? Skål? My I've just forgotten it. My Irish friends, it's Slanger. Slanger? And to any Brits watching, cheers. There you go, folks. You watched me open the can here. Good Sunday evening, dear Mrs. Ismo. It hopefully will be, my friend. I just woke up like 25 minutes before the broadcast started. Put the coffees on, walked the dog, came back, finished the coffees, brought the dog in, started the stream by accident. Hello, babe. Oh, you're there. Started the stream by accident, and then got my doggy up and on the bed. Hey, you. Shall we have a look at her ladyship? Oh, we can't. There's no light. The tablet, we're broadcasting from the tablet. The tablet does not have a lamp on the rear camera. There is no flash. Let's see what we can do, Tina. Are you going to work with me or against me? Are you going to work with me for once? Just to be different. Let's have a look. I don't have... Where's... Oh, Okay. My my actual main pillow, folks, was gone. It wasn't even there. I got a different. I had a small pillow behind me instead of my main pillow. Now I'm going to combine them and have both. Look at this. What luxury. I got two pillows behind my back. Look at that. Hey, babe. Hello. Hello. Mm. Can I get the? Let me try and get. Let me let me try and bring the. Okay, the lamps. I'm waving my hand in front of the camera. Sorry, folks. I was trying to show you her ladyship. Oh no, that's not going to work until I do. No, no, no. You don't want a horror story that is a close-up of my face. Ah, we've lost a certain amount of brightness. Here. Hey, babe. Hey. I'm trying to show you off to the peoples. And I fucked up. Here we go. Hey, Tina. You gonna look this way? Kisses. Nom, 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 nom. Uncle Ismo's talking. Uncle Ismo. Uncle Ismo on the interwebs. Talking on the interwebs. Ismo. Yeah. Instant reaction from Tina Girl. Let's have a look. Oh, I put the lamp down. I'm just coming in for a cuddle, darling. Coming in for a cuddle. People can't really see. It's gone dark again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You've got cold ears. Okay, folks, that was an attempt to show you my girl under the circumstances. A little bit difficult. Oh, the horror story that is me. Okay, you don't want that picture. Let me. I need to find my A to C cable. It's that one, and it's there. USB A to C. Back on the tripod. The tripod upon which all. Can we show you the tripod? Not really. Oh, you can't see it. It gets drowned out by the lamp itself. There are 3 cans of beer back there. That is the tripod upon which the lamp sits for you to see. You can just about make that out when it doesn't flare out too much. But that's the tripod upon which you sit. I think it's too bright. Knock it down one. Middle setting rather than top. And we'll give it a go from there. Now if you saw my video earlier today, I was having a little bit of an issue with my EcoFlows, wasn't I? Well, I guess I still am. It's not resolved. So I guess the correct tense is to say I am having an issue with my EcoFlows, with my second EcoFlow, showing a different amount of input, a lesser amount of input from my panel than my old EcoFlow. This is my original EcoFlow that I've got here. It's on 47. I'm gonna allow it to drop tonight. It's on 47%. If it happens to get down to 25, I'll probably cut things short there. But I don't expect to go that low. It doesn't normally take that much to run a lamp and a couple of devices, even though it's the wrong device at the minute. But yeah, so look, I think Ismo's talking to me. Day off, next work day, Tuesday. Just come back home after just come home after drinking all day. Excellent. I haven't had one of those days in forever. Great Gary in the Republic of South Africa. Good evening, Mike, Tina, and all. Figuring out this solar stuff. New place runs only on solar, so connected my PC and all that to the flat screen. Woke up this morning and power was off. Oh, being cloudy all day. There's nothing worse than being reliant on solar and then having. You can get through a cloudy day fine if you've planned for it, if you've charged all the batteries up and everything. But if you're low on power and then it's cloudy, those are the days. I guess it depends what your batteries are and what your capacity. and how truly cloudy. Usually you'll have a spell on a cloudy day where you can get some power at some point, but it does catch you sometimes. It is a thing, and yeah, it can get you. Now, for me, it was more a case today. I charged I charged my original EcoFlow. Here's my rule: when it hits 70, I will sometimes put the fridge freezer on, the camping fridge freezer. Today it hit 70, and I decided to put the power into the other EcoFlow, the new EcoFlow, and the River 3. And I had one of them telling me I had an amount of watts. I think if you see the video, I think I had 41 watts coming in. Was it 43 at one point? And I put the same cable in the other EcoFlow, and it was all over the place, and it settled on about 30 watts. And I'm like, is it taking the same amount of power and just showing it differently? Or is it losing? Am I wasting 10 watts every second? Why the difference? What's going on? 43 became 41, but I was moving the cable between the two, and 43 or 41 in one machine and 30 in the other. That's annoying. So yeah, I had a bit of a rant because it's me. And ranting is kind of what I do, I think. It looks like ranting is a thing that I do. Given half a chance, given an excuse, I will let fly with the words. Sometimes all the words. If you've been here a while, you know that I do the words, all the words. Even those words that you're not allowed to say, I do the words. Yeah, me and EcoFlow, we've had a few fallouts, and I love their machines. I love their hardware. Their software leaves something to be desired. I'm probably never, ever, ever going to get sponsored by them, even though I would love to be, because I love their hardware. I'm a proponent. I tell you all, I extol the virtues. I tell you all, have an EcoFlow or similar. It doesn't have to actually be EcoFlow. You could go Jackery, Bluetti, Anchor, but there's about a dozen of these companies now making these solar. They call them solar generators. I don't like the term. These solar batteries with inverters built in. It's the better description, although clunky description. If you wanted a two-word description, solar battery, some people say solar system. You can't have a solar system without starting with the sun. You gotta have a sun and some planets and maybe some asteroids, maybe some moons. That would be a solar. In fact, technically, there is only one solar system in existence. I think I've mentioned this before, but I will just reiterate for now. There are other star systems, stars with planets and moons and asteroids and all of the stuff, but they're not solar systems, because solar means appertaining to Sol, and our sun is called Sol. The only solar system in existence is that one out there with the sun at the center and us, the three planets. How'd it go? My very excellent mother just sent us nice pizza. My very excellent. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars just sent us. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Them's your 9 planets, or 8 and Pluto if you're going to be like that. I'm a Pluto fan. I think I've mentioned in the past, so I include it still. There are 9 planets, and any mystery object out there would be planet X. Not just X for unknown, but X for 10. It's a double meaning. Hold on, I'm gonna. Gary wrote 2 messages. I've read one. Woke up this morning. The power was off. Lol, been cloudy all day. This is a thing. Running just a desktop and TV and another screen and an amp for the second. For the sound, sorry, not second, for the sound. Fell asleep with it on. Any suggestions? My suggestion is not to fall asleep leaving things on that are draining your power. I did this yesterday. Fell asleep with my fridge freezer on and woke up with an EcoFlow that had been on close to 100%, down to 20. My suggestion is don't do it. David Schofield, hello David. Hello. I think Pluto got readmitted to the Planetary Club recently. I'm in favour. Last I heard, it was still reclassified as a dwarf planet because it's smaller. There are some objects out there in the asteroid belt. No, not the asteroid belt. Oort cloud. So the asteroid belt is the bunch of asteroids between Mars and Jupiter. But the other asteroids that orbit the planetary system within which we live, the planetary system called Solar. I think is it the Oort cloud, or is that further out? That might be something different further out. But there are all these objects. Apparently, there are hundreds of these asteroids that are bigger than Pluto, and so they have difficulty calling Pluto a planet, even though it's round-ish. And has cleared its orbit-ish. See, these until about 10 years ago, we didn't have a definition of what a planet was. The word planet just meant wanderer in, I'm going to say Greek. It's possible it was Latin. It's possible it was a combination of both, because sometimes we do that with words. But planets just meant wandering. It's things that didn't, they would get a retrograde motion as we view from where we are. If they're going around and then they do that going around the back of the sun and coming back, it can look weird from where we are. Planet was a wanderer. Pluto was 1930s, perhaps. Pluto discovered, and relatively recent. Relatively, it's within the last 100 years or so. And it turns out it's a lot smaller than the other things. And so they tried to come up with a definition of a planet. A planet has to have enough mass to have brought itself into a globe, a true globe, circular-ish, oblate spheroid, most are. But it also had to have cleared its path of debris. Otherwise, I don't know. Otherwise, for some reason, they were going to say that wasn't a planet. And Pluto hasn't quite cleared its path, and isn't. It's a bit of an ugly one when it comes to its actual shape. And there are other things. If you're going to call Pluto a planet, apparently there's 100 other items out there in the outer reaches of the solar system that are bigger. So what do you do? It may have got to admit, I haven't really. The Oort cloud has some big objects, but they don't have the same PR team. This is true. Pluto's got a little bit of history. It's been here a while, and Dr. Sheldon Cooper wants it to be a planet, even if Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't. NDT, Neil deGrasse Tyson, took a lot of flack over the whole thing, and it was funny, especially seeing him getting ribbed on the Big Bang Theory. Yeah. Apparently the North Star is no longer the brightest star. I don't think the North Star was ever truly the brightest. It is one of the brightest, and it is in, broadly speaking, in alignment with where North would be. So when the stars rotate at night, which they don't, the stars are still, and it's us that move whichever way it is, giving the appearance that they move. But no, I don't think it was the Dog Star. Hold on, what's the Dog Star? I haven't. I'm gonna power up. No, I'm not. Apparently, I'm not gonna power up the phone. It won't let me. Here we go. Give it a couple of minutes. Polaris. Polaris is a North Star. Who's the Dog Star? Canis Major? Canis? Not sure. I might be making that up. There are brighter stars in the sky, but yeah, it was the North Star was one of the brightest, and because of its fixed position, was always notable. Like me. Oh yeah, I only need to put that pin in. I don't need to put the. All right. Used to be I had to put 2 codes in because the SIM was in here and I had its own pin, but the SIM is over there right now. Brightest star. Let's have a look. I'm gonna go with Sirius. Sirius. Are you being serious? Sirius, the Dog Star. You're offline. I'm fucking not at all. You're even showing me a bar chart of how strong I'm connected. What are you doing? You can't show me a bar chart of how strong my fucking Wi-Fi is and then tell me I'm offline. I've got all the bars. 4. There are 4 bars. You're offline, turn on mobile data. No, you fucking dick. I'm on Wi-Fi. What are you talking? It says it's connected. Hold on. Let me check that. Let me check that I've got. It's not, look. It's not. I do this every now and again. It turns off. So this is This is the internet connection, and then it's the hotspot. The hotspot's off, but it was showing me all the lines. It was showing. You are live. It's taken 30 seconds telling me that I wasn't connected to the internet. I hope that I'm here, folks. Am I here for you? Where did my search go? Sirius, also known as the Dog Star, located in the constellation Canis Major. I got close. I think I said that. Is the brightest star in the night sky. That would be in the northern hemisphere, I expect. It's a binary system appearing in the winter sky. While the sun is obvious. Yeah, okay. Okay. The sun is the brightest star in the sky. Yeah, okay. You got me. That's fair, I guess. I think we can all acknowledge that the sun, Sol, is the brightest star in the sky. But that's different from the brightest star in the night sky, for obvious reasons. Let me put the lid back on my coffee. I am laughing at that. That's almost Google taking the piss out of me. Okay, folks. The video does look very jagged to me. This could well just be an artifact of the tablet itself, but okay, folks, we've been on for 30 minutes. I guess, shall we do the intro properly? For the people that are out there that have got no idea, anyone that's just dropped in and is watching and has got no idea what they're watching, give us a thumbs up. You know you want to. You clicked through. You were intrigued enough to come and see what's going on, the who, how, when, where, whys. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja, like Loch, the ch in Loch in Scotland. Delta Mike, that would be me, your eponymous hero and host. Down and out in Torrevieja, or down and out, like Nick Nolte, down and out in Beverly Hills, or George Orwell, down and out in London and Paris, if you're of a literary persuasion, as I am. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode, some might say a bum, particularly for of an American persuasion. Bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeping on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Fortunately, nowadays, in a tent in said field. But it wasn't always thus. There was a time when I was just sleeping in a field. And I remember those days. In some ways, quite fondly remember those days. And in others, I was just outside. What was I doing outside a little while ago? I was looking up anyway, and I saw the clear sky. I was looking at Orion. I've talked in the past about how Orion is kind of my. I talk to Orion once I see him. Orion the hunter, the constellation. I was looking at stars and things. Anyway, so that's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, a city on the south coast of Spain, southeast coast of Spain, Costa Blanca south. What can you say about Torrevieja? It's a little bit touristy, but not in that Benidorm kind of way. It's touristy insofar as people own second homes, summer homes, holiday homes, whatever you want to call them. So at any one time, most of the year, only about a third or a quarter of the homes have anyone in them. I think that's a fair assessment. At peak times, we're coming up. Easter will be here shortly. Easter, suddenly they'll all be here. At Easter, the place fills up, and again through summer, through August in particular. A lot of people from Madrid have places here. One of the nicknames of Torrevieja is Madrid by the sea, because Madrid is inland. A lot of people head straight out from Madrid to Torrevieja once summer proper arrives, and the whole of Spain seem to take August off, so they'll all be here then. All the people, but Easter can be the funniest, because you'll have some people, they still think it's cool, like not warm. They'll have their long pants, anoraks, woolly hats, and gloves even. And then you'll have some holidaymakers here that are like walking down the streets in just a fucking pair of Speedos, in the budgie smugglers. It's the juxtaposition, that the compare and contrast. Guy in either in shorts or in budgie smugglers, and nothing else, and the people with the fucking woolly hats and the anoraks, and they're walking next to each other at the same time. It's really quite the thing. Anyway, that is the intro for the stream. In my first hour, I will get up to 100 people dropping in and checking out on the stream, wondering what's happening. Okay, I am a homeless guy. If you're here and you're wondering why do we want to talk to a tramp on a Sunday night, why not? I'm a nice guy. You can talk to me. Come say hello. I'm fairly well educated, I would guess. It turns out that I can chat. I can talk. I can talk on almost any subject you want. I can do quantum physics. I can do medicine and medical. I can talk about almost anything you can imagine. My knowledge is broad but shallow. I was never an expert in any one particular field, with the possible exception of websites, the internet, and internet security. Although my knowledge is now 10 years out of date for reasons, and that was my only specialist subject, I guess. I'd say that was fair. But yeah, I can talk to you about being a tramp and being homeless. I don't know much about being homeless. I'm not an expert at it. I've lived it now for 3.5 years, but I know other people who are much better at being homeless than I am. My mate Joby, that I bought the second EcoFlow from, the guy that used to live in the field here with me, he can pack up, take off on his bike and be in a totally different city and find a place and set up that night. I can't do that. I don't know how to do that. I don't understand how that works. I've settled for fighting for my plot here. And in some cases, literally fighting for my spot here. How do you put that without? It's going to sound like sounds like I'm bragging or being braggadocious. I had a 2-hour stand-up knockdown fist fight with somebody a few months back, who was attacking me and attacking my home, put a hole in my roof. He attacked me over and over and over and over again. And I kept putting him on the deck. I kept knocking him down and knocking him down. And as a Marquis of Queensberry boxing type chap, I'd put him on the deck and then I'd stand back. I let it go far too long. I should have got down. I did in the first instance. I got down, got him in a chokehold, and I was going to put him out, unconscious out, not dead out. Just to clarify, in case the law is watching. But I decided to let him go, and then he came at me and at me and at me and at me over the next few hours. Yeah. Other than defending my home and the application of physical force, which I am quite adept at, other than that, I'm not really an expert at anything. Like I said, my knowledge is broad but shallow. But we can talk. I'm happy to talk on any topic you want. Come and say hello. Thumbs ups are always appreciated, folks. I usually aim to hit 20, but usually miss the target. 14 of you here now, only 5 thumbs ups. And I don't have my pinned comment with my begging bowl out. I don't know if any of my mods are here and can rectify that in some way. I'm not sure. Maybe I can do. Can I do that from here? I'm not sure what I can do while I'm live. I'm not good at this YouTuberiness, folks. Let me go get I got a text file with the text. Let's find the paragraph with the begging bowl, with the begging link. It's okay, Tina. I know there's someone come down the road. It's okay. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Tina's okay. Where are we? Just bear with me, folks. I'm going to see if I can edit the video while I'm in the video. I'm not sure that I can. It's not presenting it to me like I've got an option. View channel, go live. Sunday night, talk to a tramp. Is that us? Can I edit that? Oh, I can edit. Oh, but I don't want to edit, do I? I want to view it and then post a comment. Hold on. I want to view it, post a comment. Can I post, and then can I make that? No, don't click on the link. Pin message. Does that work? It does. Look at that. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, maybe I need to come off that now. I don't want to be uploading a video and downloading a video at the same time. Get the hell out of there now that you've done the thing. I've done the thing. Close the thing. All right, folks. I think that worked. I have the pinned comment. You can feel free to make a donation, except for you. Don't you do that. I know. I see you. You're too generous. Don't you be doing that. Editing the video while being in the video. That's some Matrix shit. It is, isn't it? That is some Matrix shit. Yeah. Oh, Josie. Hello, Josie. Gone is here. There was some technical difficulty. Robert was saying serious. I think I said serious. I think I got there before you. North Star no longer brightest. Right. Pluto is classified as a dwarf planet. Yeah, dwarf planet. It's a new designation. They invented it at the time they demoted it to put it alongside 100 or so items that are out there in the, I think the Oort cloud, but I could be wrong on that one. I think the Oort cloud is it's like the no words. The thing between Mars and Jupiter. Belt, asteroid belt. The Oort cloud is like an asteroid belt, but further out. It's not as contained. It's not as. It's more spread out vertically. You see, vertical doesn't have any meaning out in space, does it? You know what I mean? When you're spinning around a star, you tend to be pulled in, but because of rotation, you're pushed out. So you tend to end up with narrow. It's the reason that you get rings around a planet. It's the reason that moons. It's the reason that we're an oblate spheroid. Good words, oblate and spheroid put together. You're pulled in by the gravitational field of the sun, but also of your own mass. But the spinniness pushes out at the equator, so you end up slightly fatter than you are tall. Astrophysics, folks, from a tramp. Okay, Dr. Becky could explain it far better. Go watch Dr. Becky. She knows far more about this shit than me. You could even go to Anton Petrov. You could try Kyle Hill, although he does more nuclear nowadays. These are the people I watch and learn from and parrot facts back. Watch it once, remember the facts, talk about it as if you know what you're talking about. That is basically how people judge intelligence, isn't it? If they tell you it and you remember it and then you can spout it out afterwards, it's like rote learning. It's like your multiplication tables. If you can remember that 6 9s are 54 or 9 9s are 81, you remember those things and spout them. Now you know maths as far as anyone knows. And all you've done is remember shit and parrot it back out. That's how you get judged as intelligent in our world. For better or for worse, I mean, if you can take a few of these different facts and theories and things and combine them and come up with something else out of them, then you're doing even better. But for most people, just someone tells you shit, remember shit, and then spout shit back out again, and that's intelligence. It's wrong, but it is what it is. I think that's all I ever did. I had a good memory. I watch a program like QI, remember all the facts, and then be able to parrot them back out later. Sit in your armchair 3 years later and the same episode of QI comes on and you know all the answers. Or University, I've talked in the past about watching University Challenge and amazing the lady from next door, Anne, my neighbour, way back in the day, in the 90s and into the noughts, into 2000 and beyond. Shortly, I don't think she came too long after, maybe 8 or 9 years in before she died. But I'm there. She sat there one day, and I'm just answering all the questions on University Challenge. Even the guy's specialist subjects, I'm answering. And like a week later, she'd been around our house. She'd gone home, and she rang me to tell me that she got a question right. A question right. And she was so happy, so jubilant. She rang from next door. She rang on the phone to say, I got one. You got one what? What are you talking about? I got one right on the University Challenge. Okay, well done you. Yeah. I don't know, folks. What do you do? Serious is the dog star. I'm gonna see. I was gone and I'm back. Editing the video while in the video, yeah, being able to, that is peak matrix shit. Basically an oblate spheroid, I'm headed that way myself. I used to think it was my genes, but now no, it's basically gravity's fault. I think it's his fault. It does. It's hidden behind it was hidden behind a spheroid, well, a circle actually, but on screen. Yeah. I'm basically an oblate spheroid. I think as the years go by, I think there's a tendency for a lot of us to head that way. Hey, babe, what are we doing? There's stuff going on. What are you doing? Which way round are you and why? Where are you? You're doing it all funny, aren't you? I'm talking to the people. Auntie Josie's on the chat. Josie. Auntie Josie. Yeah. Auntie Josie's in chat. Let me see. For those of you that have joined late, I was setting up the stream, on the tablet, and it just took me live. I was going to set it up on one and I was going to do it for real on the other. For me, the video is very choppy, but I hope that's just me. But what this does mean, whereas the phone has a flash on the camera on the back, the tablet doesn't. So it's not as easy for you to introduce you to my girl. I'm going to try to do so. But give us a second. There's the reverse camera thing. Look at that. Look, you're looking at the wonders that are my tripod, the 3 cans upon which the lamp sits. And around here, if we can do it right, and we can't, apparently we can't. Hey babe. Hello you. Are you gonna help me? Tina? Hey babe. Hey babe. Auntie Josie. Josie's in chat. Uncle Ismo was here earlier. You're not exactly assisting, are you? Can you see her, folks? I can't really get a good angle with the holding the tablet's bloody awkward between my thumb and my little finger, and then the lamp in the other hand. It's not really working, is it? Tina girl, hey, what if Auntie Karen was out there? Auntie Karen, maybe, maybe, yeah. Uncle Ismo was out there early. Ismo was talking. Yeah. Okay, folks, that's about my limit for holding the lamp, and oh, ouch! My forearm is holding the between my thumb and my little finger for the tablet. It's a lot bigger than the phone. Let me have a look here. I need the middle. That's that one. Cable for the lamp. The lamp was particularly run down before we went live. Oh, and I've knocked it down to the middle. There's a top, middle, and bottom thing goes on with the lighting. We want the middle setting usually, unless we're particularly run down. Okay, let me see where we are. I think the last comment was UK Richie with his oblate spheroid comment. Yeah, it's all gravity's fault, folks. It's all gravity's fault. Okay, I will just run through quickly. We're on 53 minutes, which I went live early because I wasn't ready. It took me live before I was supposed to. So I was supposed to start on the top of the hour, but I think I went live 2 or 3 minutes early. And then we've had a disconnect that took about a minute to reconnect. For some reason, ouch. Okay. Have we got any newbies in? Any new? Come and chat if you're new. If you're your first time here, you've seen this on the YouTube listings, and you've dropped in and you're wondering what's happening. What is this? Who is this guy? What a mess! Why is he so fucking ugly? He's a tramp. He lives in a field. Look, there's no building here. It's fabric. Why are these lights swinging around? Because they're hung from the ceiling in a tent, and the wind blows, and they're probably going to turn off soon. I haven't charged them in about 3 days. They're about at their limits because I've been having, excuse me, because I've been having a few electrical issues. I have got a fridge freezer, a camping fridge freezer, the kind of thing you take in a car when you go off camping, and I fell asleep with it turned on yesterday, and it stole all my power, leaving me really low. So today I was trying to charge from almost nothing back up, and then I hit an issue because my EcoFlow. I have to find a different wording now because I've got 2 EcoFlows, but my 2 EcoFlows are handling the power, the input. They're handling the input differently. I can unplug from one. I can be in one and it says, hey, you're getting 41 watts. I unplug and put it in the other and it says, hey, you've got 30 watts. And I can't, my head can't reconcile those two. Why does the old one say I've got 41 watts and the new one say I've got 30 watts? So I had a bit of a rant today. I presume you've not seen my videos because most people don't. But what do you do with that? Do you assume that you're getting 40 watts anyway? It's the same power coming in come what may, and the devices are both going to make use of it properly? Or do you figure that the one that says 40 watts is the one that you want to be plugged into so that you're maximizing your power storage? I didn't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. It's a conundrum, an enigma. It's difficult. I don't know, folks. Did you get a tarp over your tent to replace the one that was shredded in the storms? No, not yet. I've created a bit of a cash crunch for myself in the last week or two by buying the second EcoFlow. By committing to buying the EcoFlow for 100 euro, well, it was 110. He not screwed me. He's a friend. I offered him 100 plus writing off a debt that was owed. And he wangled an extra tenner out of me. In fairness, he has to go buy a power bank and a small solar panel and some bits and pieces. And I can generally spare a extra tenner. It wasn't going to break the bank for me. But the combination of paying that money, paying my phone bill, I need to buy 1 or 2 solar panels now myself. And 40 or 40, I think the big tarp we had before, I think I saw a price sticker on it when it was donated to me. I think I saw it saying about 45 euros, 10 meters by 8 meters. I'm not sure where it came from though. I don't think it was Chino Bazaar. It might have been somewhere better. So no, I haven't currently got the tarp, and I don't know where I would get a good quality one. I'd have to take advice. I'm in the market for one. I just don't quite have everything slotted together just yet. Financially, things took a turn. For a tramp who normally has enough to get by, 100 euros, 110 was a commitment. It's a thing. It's on top of other living expenses. I had to pay my phone bill the other day. My phone bill, it cost me nearly 20 euros to put 15 euros on account. I'm getting fucking pissed off with that. I'm getting annoyed to hell with that. That's gonna stop. I'm not getting ripped off for 3.5 euros every fucking month. It's been 3 or 4 months now and I've had enough. If they can't tell me where the problem is. So Lebara's website and app don't accept my Tippy Tappy payment card, prepaid debit card. So I have to go through a third party, and I'm paying PayPal fees plus their fees. This is the last time. I think I don't see myself doing that again. And they can't answer the simple question: is it you that's rejecting my card, or is it my card provider that's not coming through? They can't. You would think that a simple thing like that. I've programmed fucking payment gateways. You get response codes. You get an API that you're connecting to and transacting with, and they're signaling back and forth and error codes. They know which side it is. They know if it's them that if they are suspicious of the card, or if it's the card provider that's saying no. And they can't tell me. They don't. They don't know. Or they say they don't. The person I'm talking with doesn't know their ass from their elbow. 6 hours I was on chat with them once. 3 or 4 months ago when this first kicked off. 6 hours on WhatsApp. She kept sending me different addresses for payment pages. And the same shit just kept happening. Like trying a different web page was going to change whether it worked or not. And she couldn't answer. Is it your system that's rejecting me, or is it my bank that's stopping it? Karen's bank that's stopping it. Yeah, I don't know. I have also got a topic in my head that I want to talk about tonight at some point, and I'm not sure when. I want to respond to some comments last night. One commenter. And this person's been around a while and has always been always seemed on the level, always seemed so. This isn't a person who's automatically snarky. But last night made 3, 4, maybe 5 posts. So if you were here not last night, Friday night, sorry. If you were here Friday night, chat got fucked up. We hit. I was like 45 minutes behind, and I was trying to come forward through chat, and then it got cut off, and I couldn't get back to those messages. So I missed it on the night. I didn't see them. I saw the person arrive, and I said hello, but I didn't see them arrive. But chat was jumping, if you remember. It jumped to the bottom, and then I was like scrolling back. So I saw them arrive, and I said hello. But it transpires that there were 5 or 6 what I would consider quite snarky messages. My friend Jack Attack last night while I was on Big Clive, or I think I was on Big Clive, and later on at Scruff Dog. But Jack Attack was waiting for me to get forward through these messages, and he wanted to see how hostile I would be, how much I would blow up when I saw the messages. He thought I was going to ban the person and send them to the shadow realm. So I don't know if you know, when I have various options when I'm moderating. If I want to block somebody, I can delete individual messages, I can ban people forever, or I can send them. I can hide them from the channel. Basically, they would be posting the messages as normal, and nobody would ever see them, and they'd see their messages, and they'd wonder why nobody was interacting with them, and it would be because basically they're talking to themselves. Nobody except that they're the only people seeing their messages. Jack Attack figured I would blow up and be incandescent with this person and go that route. So the messages were basically, get yourself to Benidorm, get yourself down the strip in Benidorm. Why aren't you in Benidorm making €200 a day begging with a disabled dog? Get your disabled dog out there and beg. Make money. Don't be sitting there waiting for other people to help you. I have mentioned many, many times about the one day I did go begging. I've told the story. It is absolutely not for me. I mean, if I was starving to death, I'd go that route. But I figured, I know technology, I know the internet, I can be on here and I can perhaps offer some level of entertainment to people. Perhaps. And in response, put my little begging bowl out, my little link. Oh, look at that. The link's got mangled, hasn't it? How did that happen? Oh, that's going to annoy me now. I'm going to have to edit that. That hasn't happened in ages. Can you see that the begging bowl, the link won't work? That the if is included in the link. Hold on. I'm just talking about how capable I am with the fucking interwebs. Hold on. Can I edit that? Unpin, remove. I can remove. I'm going to have to delete it. And put it in again, but edit it this time. Hold on. Can I? Is it there to be pinned again? Paste. Put a space. Why is there no space there? Put the space in. Now put it in. Now pin it. Replace pinned message. Yeah. Does that work? Is that's a workable link? Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I took myself off on a fucking tangent. It is pinned. Yeah, it is pinned. Okay, I don't like the fact that it's up against the colon before it. That feels wrong. But anyway, okay, thumbs up if you haven't. Thumbs up. There is a pinned message. I have got my begging bowl out, so I'm an e-beggar rather than a beggar. Is how I would see myself. Now, the guy in question wants me to go to Benidorm and be on the strip. I don't even know where the strip is in Benidorm. I've been to Benidorm maybe twice, maybe 3 times. I don't know where you mean by the strip. But firstly, Benidorm's fucking 2 hours that way. It's not around the corner for me. I'm in Torrevieja. I'm not in Benidorm. Benidorm wouldn't be easy to get to. I can't hop on a bus. Dog. Disabled dog. Benidorm's not around the fucking corner. If I went to Benidorm, who's going to bring my chest of drawers? And this box with all these clothes? My fridge freezer? My Queen Anne chair? My carpet? My 2 mattresses? There's a whole fucking bedroom over there of belongings that include 3 trolleys of 2 old lady shopping trolleys and an actual trolley. Who's bringing all that shit? My 2 eco floors, my veg trolley. I've got a vegetable trolley over there. That's more full of condiments and tins of salmon and shit. How are we transporting all that? And when I get there, where do I go? With my big 6-person tent, or previously it was an 8-person tent. How do I set up in Benidorm in an 8-person tent? Surreptitiously, quietly. Here, the police are leaving me alone because I've done the battles. I stood my ground. I've argued with them over the course of years. Okay, one of the points raised was that I'm sat here on my ass waiting for other people to help me rather than me going and doing the doing. I can kind of see that I can see the point there, yeah. Disabled dog, though. Disabled fucking dog. We used to walk 30, 40 fucking kilometers a day. It's 12 or 15 kilometers from here to Guatemala. We walked to Guatemala, we walked around Guatemala all day, and we walked back. Running at times. We used to have 2 circuits of bins. So if you head from here up the hill and go left, we had a circuit of bins we used to go around collecting resources, including food and drink. Or we could go up the hill and go right, and that was another circuit. We used to do those 2 circuits twice a day. We would be out for fucking hours. And it's all uphill, both ways. if you get the reference. We haven't always just sat here waiting for other people to come to us. Water, I was talking about water at one point on Friday. I've got a trolley. Oh man, I knew the names of the people that gave it to me, and I've just forgotten them. Oh, that's bad. Sorry, folks. I do remember you. We had a few lovely nights. We've had drinks here together. I want to say Henry's not right, but it's close. Jill. She's Jill, and he is Harry. Harry and Jill. Harry and Jill. They brought me a trolley. I used to fetch my own water. That was one of the questions raised. Why are you not getting your own water? Why are you sitting there waiting for people to bring it to you? Water's heavy. I have a trolley. We used to collect water at the foot wash and bring it here. 4 8-litre bottles stacked up and held with bungee cords. Before we had the trolley, before Harry and Jill brought the trolley, I would walk there and I would put 2 of these 8-litre bottles in a Mercadona shopping bag on my shoulder. So 2 on my shoulder and 1 in my arm, in a hand. And then I got Tina cutting in front of me, getting in the way, tripping me up. I used to carry 16 and 24 litres, and it's fucking half a kilometre away. It's not around the corner. This person was also kind of suggesting maybe just go shopping for water now that those are turned off and that you can't have access. Again, it's a kilometre. Mercadona is a kilometre away. And dog. Disabled. I'm carrying a dog. You get it? 35 kilograms of dog, and I'm carrying the back end. How much do you want me to carry? I'm not lazy. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not sat back waiting for people to help, but shit's hard work. Carrying the back end of a 35-kilogram dog for a kilometre there and a kilometre back isn't an easy task. We have got a wheelchair now. But again, she has a tendency of walking into me and I have to pull her up. I have to use half my strength to steer her away from me. So when I've got friends here with a car who can bring me water, yeah, I will sit back and let them help me. Part of my shtick, part of my thing from the beginning was the reason that I'm not under the trees like other people are in this field. I made myself stick out, be obvious, so people would help me. But am I going to go to Benidorm, sit on the strip and earn €200 a day begging? No, I'm fucking not. That's not me. I wouldn't do that if I was in Benidorm. But I'm not in Benidorm. Benidorm's 2 hours that way, or at least a fucking hour and a half that way. So no. Just fucking no. It's not me. I'll put out my little begging bowl, my little link, and I'll ask for help. And people in and around Torrevieja, if they choose to help me, can come and help me and bring me things. I've done my share of getting out and about, gathering resources. I've got piles of wood. I've got stuff here. I carried a double pallet. It's like a bed. I carried that home the other day with a dog while carrying shit on my shoulder. carrying the back end of the dog and carrying this fucking pallet that I could hardly pick off the ground. It's huge. I'm not averse to putting in some effort and some hard work. But I don't know how you think I'm going to travel 2 hours that way. 2 hours in a car. To a place that I don't know. To starting again from scratch. To losing my current support network. No. Just no. Okay, folks. I'm getting annoyed, so I'm gonna take the conversation in a different direction if I can. You just need a train of camels to transport your tent and its contents. Bound to be plenty of wild camels you could train. Thank you for the humour, Richie. Why did Morph just pop up on my screen? That little clay man from back in the Tony Hart and Morph with the gallery. Tony Hart. Vision On. He was on Vision On before he had his own programme, wasn't he? With Sylvester McCoy that went on to become the Doctor. If anybody remembers Vision On. Why did Morph pop up on your screen messing with your PC? I don't know. I think someone is messing with your PC, Gary. Yeah, wasn't me, but I remember Morph well. Yeah. And Tony Hart. And I'm happy to report, as far as I know, there are no accusations against the man. Unlike half my childhood heroes, I will say Rolf, and I will say Jimmy of the Savile, and Gary of the Glitter. Most of my childhood is gone. You're not allowed to think about them or remember them or have anything to do with them. Apparently, I'm lucky that I didn't have anything to do with them when I was a kid. Yeah, most of my fucking childhood is persona non grata. Do you know, I watched Friday's TrampCast back. I need an editor. I need someone to... There were some... when we were talking about Afro Man and stuff, there were some absolutely golden segments that could be and should be clipped out and should stand alone as... well, as clips, as... Yeah. Maybe I just need to get off my own ass and be my own clip man. I used to make clips, and the channel used to grow back in those days. We talked the other night about how I keep hitting 1699 and then falling backwards, and it's just done it again. I think we're down. Last I looked, we were back down to 1694. Let's just have a. Let me look. If I get rid of the chat and click there. How many subscribers does it say I have? 1.6. Oh, that only gives it in 1.69k. That's no, wrong button. YouTube Studio. Give me an actual number of subscribers. 1694. We were on 1697 or 98 the other day. Every time it gets up and edges towards 1700, it comes crashing back down again. Oh, there's my mate Roger commenting on the different readings I get from the different eco flows, from the different charge controllers built into the eco flows. Oh, is he? Oh no, I haven't heard. Sadly, Tony Hart is also guilty of offences against kids. Can't make this stuff up. Is that true? I hadn't heard. I thought. I mean, I always looked at him and thought he looked a little bit strange, but I always went with the idea that you can't just spot these things. Is that true? Tony Hart. No, not with a G, with a H, you fucking idiot. Tony Hart. Is he a fiddler? How do you ask this? What do you type into Google? Offences? Okay, let's go with offences. I'd never heard that. Two distinct Anthony stroke Tony Hart associated with criminal convictions. Separate cases from the well-known children's television artist Tony Hart, who died in 2009. Separate from him. I want him. What do I do? What do I type? Tony Hart. I'm going to type TV artist. What do you... The beloved British TV artist known for Take Heart and Morph. No recorded criminal offences. I'm going to... There we go. Confusion likely stems from other people with the same name. Anthony Hart was jailed in 2024. Matey Boy died in 2009, so not him. Born in 1925. Clean record. We can assert that there are in fact no convictions. There are no offences against the TV Tony Hart that we remember. According to Google's AI, at least, he has a clean reputation. I'm glad about that. I welcome that news, and we will. Might be a different Tony Hart. It is. Thank goodness. He was awesome. He was. We don't We don't mean to besmirch the character of Tony Hart. Other Anthony Harts of ill repute, of bad character, but not our childhood hero. 1925. I mean, that makes him quite fucking old. That makes him like 14 years older than my dad. All those years. Wow. 1925. He would be over 100 now had he still been here. 2009, it says he died. It's quite a while ago, isn't it? 16, 17 years ago. But I am happy to say part of my childhood remains intact, and I am allowed to look back fondly on Tony Hart and the gallery and Morph. Didn't Take Heart also feature those two guys? There was one really tall guy and one dwarf. Who was the dwarf? And didn't he top himself in the end? He did. He was in... What was that time travelling thing? From... Was it Terry Gilliam? I think it was a Terry Gilliam film with time travelling. And a famous dwarf, famous at the time. And that guy killed himself. I've now got to go look. Normally I would be looking that up on the tablet, but we're using the tablet for broadcasting. I'll have to look it up on the phone. What's my search term? I'm going to go Tony Hart and dwarf. Can you do that? Are you allowed? I feel like I'm using the words again, folks. I'm going to go Tony Hart. Wasn't Vision On. It was his actual program. Who was the dwarf? No, it's not that Tony Hart's a dwarf. No, not Morph. No. Not Morph. I know. Let's have a scroll. No, the scroll's not going to help. Tony Hart, excuse me, I'm burping. TV show with famous dwarf. Famous dwarf? Are you, are you even allowed to type these words nowadays? I feel like I'm being politically incorrect. Not the fucking, not morph, no. I know it was admin animation, but that's. Am I fucking totally off here? I remember guest characters. He had like a little booth. Was it like a passport photo booth? And these two guys appeared out of it. One was tall and one was a dwarf. Oh, come on. What are you going to type? I can't think of the right words to type without being that guy again. With my repeated bad behavior, as somebody once put it. Was it vision on rather than... It might have been. I've just got this memory. I've got a recollection. I can't shift it, and I need answers and more. Not morph. Not. Can I type not morph just to clarify the fucking search? Not morph. Not Morphy Richards either. What the fuck? Based on your request, the Tony Hart TV show you're likely thinking of is Vision On. Yeah, except I don't think it was. They might have been in that as well. That ran from 64 to 76. Pat Kiesel, a mime artist, worked alongside Tony Hart. A dwarf or short actor. It is highly like you're remembering a sketch with a diminutive... Let's get all fancy. Oh, it's a diminutive actor. Fuck is a dwarf if he's less than 4 foot tall? What are you... Let's not get all politically fucking correct. The visual silent comedy star. There was a mime. There was a mime. I remember a mime guy. Oh, and Mr. Bennett, the guy who was supposedly like the landlord, wasn't he? Take Heart and Vision On. Not more. Yeah, ignore Morph. You're not named an actual fucking short person, have you? You haven't named one. Pat Kiesel. I'm going to have to investigate further in my own time, folks. I don't want to bore you all while I try and look up the name of a dwarf from the fucking 70s or 80s. I have a clear recollection of this guy, and he topped himself. And he was in Time Bandits, would it be? Time Bandits. Okay, now I've got a keyword I can use. Hold on, let's do this thing. I got my own pin wrong. Hold on. Now I've got Time Bandits, Dwarf, and Tony Hart as... Fuck. We are going to get there, folks. Tony Hart, Dwarf, out of Time Bandits. Time Bandits. I'm a cunt sometimes. I can't let it go. It's there. It's digging away. No, I'm not looking for a dwarf named Tony Hart. David Rappaport. That would be him, wouldn't it? Or was it Kenny Baker? No, not Kenny Baker. Was R2D2, wasn't he? Oh, which one of them topped himself? Can you even say that? Am I allowed? You got to watch your language nowadays. David Rappaport. Kenny Baker was R2D2, I'm fairly sure, and he only just died a few years ago. I'm going to write David Rappaport, Tony Hart and David Rappaport. Let's see what. Pick the fucking bones out of that, Google. And why were you not better help for me in getting here? Why am I died in 1990? Prominent British TV personality in different genres and eras. You're saying he wasn't on the show? Rapport. Hold on, you're kind of not saying they worked together. And yet I thought they did. Am I just misremembering? Oh, further research is required in this field, folks. I've got a fucking recollection of something, and I don't generally remember shit wrong. Generally, sometimes, but not often. We've discussed in the past like the Mandela effect and the Monopoly guy with a monocle that never had a monocle. Never had a monocle. And yet I remember him with a monocle. Transpires, I wasn't entirely wrong. He did once have a monocle in one advert somewhere, sometime. I remember a dwarf on Take Heart. What do you want from me? He was there. I saw it. I was there. I remember it. I don't care if Google doesn't know it. Now, you see, I remember a time when you could search for cherubism on Google and find 0 fucking results. They didn't know what cherubism was. Like it wasn't a real disease, even though I had that fucking disease. It didn't exist. Google said no. Computer said no. I remember it. I know it. I was there. I had it. It's real. It's a thing. Fuck Google. Just because Google can't join the dots doesn't mean that I'm fucking misremembering. That's not how it works. I remember a dwarf on Take Heart, and that dwarf topped himself. Self-deleted. You got to be careful with your words. YouTube are a bit of a bunch of cunts when it comes to your words. Watch your words, folks. Police yourself. As you know, I'm not the greatest at policing myself when it comes to words. I say the words. I say all the words. So far, I haven't been in trouble for saying the words, although some people criticize me. And that's all right. If you don't like me saying the words, and I almost said the word again there, but I held off. If you don't like me saying the words, that's okay. You do you. You go do your own YouTube channel and don't use the words. I'll carry on being me and I'll use the words. Why would I not? Let's have a scroll. Thank goodness he was awesome. Tony Hart, Take Heart. All those years from Vision on right the way through. Take Heart and all of the. There was another program mentioned there some moments ago that was it Heart Attack or something it was called? I don't know whether I've still got that up. I might have just put my pin. No, that's not how you type my pin. Heartbeat. Vision on, Take Heart, Heartbeat. Maybe Rappaport wasn't the dwarf I was thinking of. I thought he was. Time Bandits. Further research is indicated, as all good science papers end with. All good science papers that are on the beg for more money. Further research is indicated means give me a grant to do more work. I'll look into this some more if you pay me. Further research is indicated. That almost brings me on to global warming, but we won't go there. My views on global warming are controversial and stir things up, and I don't want to stir controversy right at the minute. Some of my friends are absolute adherents to global warming, and some are outright conspiracy theorists and think it's all bollocks. I'm in the middle. I'm undecided. I'm not convinced by the evidence I've seen. Anthropogenic global warming. There's definitely something weird going on with weather and climate. Definitely, almost definitely. But the let's not go there tonight. We'll do that conversation another day, folks, because I don't want controversy tonight. I'm not in the mood. So it is 11:36. We're about an hour. We're just over an hour and a half in. I will just do my intro blurb in case there's anybody out there that has just dropped in, and is wondering what's going on. Who is this guy blabbering on? What is Take Hat? Who is Tony Hart? If you're not British, it's probably difficult to describe. Although our friend there in South Africa, Gary, is actually, I think you're Dutch. Is that right? Are you Dutch and you're in South Africa, or are you South African and you're married to a Netherlander? I never remember which way around you are, mate. Sorry. I don't have the best memory for the short-term stuff. Shit from the 70s I can remember, and I can't dislodge it. There was a fucking dwarf on Take That, and I don't want to hear otherwise. There fucking, even though Google doesn't know it, there fucking was. And I'm going to keep harping on it until we prove that there was. Okay, folks, I am Delta Mike. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out, homeless, a hobo, a tramp, a vagrant. An indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some would say a bum. And after the last hour, probably quite a lot of you would call me that. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field, in a tent in a field. So that's Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja. Spanish for old tower. Torre is tower, or castle, I guess, would be one other alternate translation, but typically tower or fort. Torre Vieja is old fort. There was a fort here that got it didn't get demolished. It fell down in an earthquake. The whole town was demolished, decimated implies 1/10. It's a lot worse than that. The whole thing was fucking raised. Not raised like a razor, fucking flattened. The whole town went in 18, I'm gonna say 27. Okay, we can't, you know me by now. I can't leave a fact hanging when I don't know it precise. Let's get some precision. You can replicate this search yourself if you so wish. If you type Torrevieja an earthquake, Torrevieja with a J, Torrevieja earthquake. 1829, I think I said 27. Did I say 27 or 23? 1829, folks. The whole place was gone. Including the tower, which is no more. Now, certain towers around here have been like rebuilt. Torre del Moro, which is, I'm literally at the bottom of a hill over here, and at the top of the hill is a park with a rebuilt tower. So they had these towers to look out for invasions. Like I said about forts, towers, castles, call it what you will. They rebuilt one here on the same lines of an old one, Torre del Moro, the Moors Tower, Tower of the Moors. I think it was set up to look out, to keep the Moors away, was more the thing, the aim. We're not going to get into the whole there's an obvious blacks versus whites thing. I get called all the names as it is because of my use of words. I don't want to drag that one up too closely. There's history. There were invaders then, some would say, as there are again now. Oof, again. Oof. If we carry on, you'll have me saying the words, and I don't want to say the words. I don't want any more trouble. Yeah, Torrevieja. So, Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. That was a long intro, wasn't it? Or a repeat of an intro. Tramp Field, Torrevieja, Costa Blanca South. Words. All the words. I will say the words that Susie Dent won't say. Probably. Maybe. Let's move on. I got this coffee. It's gone cold, folks. I had the lid off ages. Let me finish this coffee and I'll start the next coffee. And then we'll get back on the beer where we belong. Like I said at the start of the broadcast, the TrampCast, I've only got 4 beers tonight. And I'm halfway through the first one. The first of 4. Oh, and I can't reach the coffee. There we go. There it is. Feels cold. The handle of the cup feels cold, but I'm sure the coffee isn't. Not as hot as I would have expected from this particular cup, actually. Hot, but not as hot as I would normally expect. Let's keep going. UK Richie, heading off soon. I have work early tomorrow. Well, thank you for joining us, my friend. I'm about 7 minutes late to your message. 23:43. You posted at 37. So yes, 7 minutes. Well, thank you for being here and keeping the conversation going. I'm waiting for someone else to step in then and get the conversation going, folks. I haven't got much in the way of have I got topics? I think I've covered most of what I kind of had pre-planned. I can discuss my week. If I can bring up my notes. You see, normally I would have this bigger screen from my notes app. Discuss the events of the past few days. It's a little bit more awkward trying to do it here. I can try. What do we got? What day are we back to? I don't see it. That's last Saturday. Last Sunday. Where's Monday? Here? No, that's a summary of the week. Okay. I didn't do a summary of this week. Let's have a look. What happened on Monday? Okay. I had a thing with my solar panel. I'm enjoying the fact that when I put my solar panel out, and I put it out at night, all set up ready for the next morning, but I don't plug it into the EcoFlow. When it's plugged in, you can't turn the EcoFlow off. And if you leave the EcoFlow on, they lose 1% per hour, roughly, when they're on, because of the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and all of that gubbings. So I turn it off at night if I'm not actively charging from it. And I've been putting the panel out, but I'm enjoying each morning. Most mornings, it powers up earlier and earlier and earlier. It's now, I'm almost drawing power before 8 o'clock. Let me have a look at what time that just said. So Monday this week, 10 past 8, I managed to connect and get some power out of it. But now it's getting closer and closer to 8 o'clock and even before. I took the dog for a walk the other day. This was when John, the Swedish guy, Swedish John, that was here. I think I mentioned he took a sleeping tablet and he woke up. So he took a sleeping tablet at like 5 or 6 in the evening, and he woke up and he's headed off up to the garage, the petrol station, up to Repsol gas station, if you're of that persuasion. He's headed off up there to buy a snack, his evening snack. So he's taken a tablet unless at 5:30 in the evening, and he takes a tablet and he's walking up there for an evening snack. It's 8 o'clock the next morning, or just before. He came out of the field and I was bent over the gas stove. I was making my morning coffee. And he's heading off and I'm like, good morning. And he's like, what are you on about? Morning? The sun's behind him off in the east. So the sun's just come up, but he hadn't clocked it. He hadn't cottoned on to what was going on. He thought it was last night still. And he's headed off to the petrol station. That was funny in a few ways. So he's done the, actually I do this. I'll turn my lights off and put a crappy sci-fi story on a video, and I'll go to sleep at 6 o'clock and wake up, and I'm lost for the first 5 minutes. I don't know if it's still today or if it's tomorrow already. I wake up thinking it might be 8 in the morning and it's like 10 at night or something. Not on the nights when I'm doing TrampCast because I have an alarm set to wake me up, but I'll do the same thing though. I can sleep for 3 or 4 hours as an evening nap. My sleep's all over the place. But he did it. He took a sleeping tablet and just slept for 13 or 14 hours. It's got to be a damn good sleeping tablet, folks, don't you think? You wake up 14 hours later thinking it's still last night. We sat and chatted though. We sat and I made us over the next 2 hours. We had a few coffees. Some of the he was headed to the petrol station to get some chocolate pastries, and I happened Scotty. He's not. I don't think he's here yet. Scotty, who's sometimes here, visited the camp last weekend. Scott and Lisa, and they brought me. Amongst the shopping that they brought me was a pack of these exact same kind of chocolate pastries that he was going to go and get at the supermarket. So I made us coffee over the next couple of hours and shared some of my chocolate pastries with him. He's gone now. He's fucked off. Hopefully he's back in Sweden. But he hasn't contacted me yet. He hasn't managed to get hold of a phone or a computer or a working internet connection. Or maybe he just doesn't want to contact me. That's probably... Would I contact me if I was him? Probably not. I don't know. Okay, folks, let me see what else happened there. So that was... I took an aside there from that. The sun rising earlier and earlier, and of course next weekend we do the time thing, don't we? The clocks go forward, so it won't be nice and sunny at like I think 6:45 was the earliest we've had it actually be sunny here at the minute. It's ages because of the trees. I have to wait for the sun to get up. It's not. I don't have sun on the solar panel as soon as daybreak happens. I have to wait a little while. But I'm enjoying the fact that it's getting earlier and earlier, and yeah, I think this morning I plugged the solar panel in and there was already power there when I did it. Sometimes I've got the solar panel there and there'll be shadow from the trees over the bottom quarter of the panel, and I have to slide I go outside and look and I can see that there's shadow on the panel. Slide it over and suddenly we've got 30 watts coming in instead of nothing. Just for moving the panel 6 inches that way. 15 centimeters if you're of a metric persuasion, as a lot of people are. So at the beginning of the week, the early half of the week, I kept expecting Karen to pop by because she'd been here kind of a week, but that didn't happen. Talked with John. So when he was here, I was stood outside talking with John, and when I got inside, my pillow was wet through, and I thought Tina had peed on it. That's what I thought. No, she was so unhappy that I was stood outside talking. This is the separation anxiety that she does. My pillow is chewed to shit. There's all these teeth marks. So it was wet through, but it also had these teeth marks in it. Yeah. Oh, Monday was also the day that I paid into my Labara account. This is where I got ripped off. Cost me $18.48 to pay €15 into the Labara account. PayPal fees and I'm trying to remember the name of the website. The website I used to make the payment also had fees. So that add those together, PayPal fees and then the website fee, cost me best part of 20 fucking euros to put €15 on account. Tuesday, St. Patrick's Day. If you saw the images, America painting rivers green. Even the Irish think that America take fucking Paddy's Day too seriously. I don't know, guys. I don't know. That's just weird. You just too over the. Okay, you've got Irish ancestry. We get it. Everybody wants to be everyone wants to be Irish. Everyone American wants to be Irish, but you're not. You've never fucking been there. You know nothing about Ireland. Let it rest. Well, this was the day. This was when I was just talking about John taking his sleeping tablet and then getting up the next day. This was the day that he got up and was totally fucking lost. Even though the sun was over in the east, he hadn't cottoned on the rise in the east, set in the west. This was also the day that Joby, my old friend Joby, who used to live here in the field, contacted me. I'd made an offer to buy the new EcoFlow that had fallen into his lap. I'd made an offer to buy that, and this was a day that he contacted me to say yes. So then we just had to arrange how I get the readies. This is where my current kind of credit crunch isn't the right word because I don't do credit, but my financial crunch. We settled a debt. I paid him 100 and a little bit in cash, and I've got other things I still need to buy: solar panel or panels, perhaps. I need a new tarp, a big one. It's going to cost 45 euros to cover the tent. I put money on my phone. All these things all coming up kind of at once is a little bit of an issue. Okay, this is also the day. So Tuesday is also the day. The There was a lady on the little track here, shouted me, hello, hello. I came out, said hello, and it turned out that was the extent of her English. But she's talking to me and she's offering me €10, but stipulating no alcohol. And as I've mentioned many times, I look like I'm taking the piss now, and I'm not. Any donation that comes with the stipulation, I honour that stipulation. Whether the stipulation is in the positive or in the negative. Spend it on this, don't spend it on that. She said categorically, she handed me the money and she said no, and you could tell she's signalling no booze. Okay, agreed. That went towards my EcoFlow purchase. It was put to good use with my EcoFlow purchase from Joby. So if you're out there, and I'm sorry I didn't get your name, lady. I normally ask, I tell people if you contact me in real life, I will usually, I sometimes forget, but I will usually, so people say, hello, Mike, and I'll say, no, not Mike. Delta Mike is NATO phonetic alphabet. It's for radio communications. Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo, all that. Foxtrot Golf Hotel India Juliet Kilo Lima Mike. November Oscar Papa Quebec. Romeo Sierra Tango Uniform Victor Whiskey X-Ray Yankee Zulu. I hope I didn't miss any. It would be embarrassing if I didn't get all the alphabet in. It's from that. My initials are DM. You contact me in real life, I will use my real name. Or you can watch TrampCast 001. And pretty much every time I talk to the dog, every time I talk to my Tina doggy darling, I will call myself Daddy, real name. So you can watch out for that. There's a fun little task for you. Fabrizio, hello my friend. Hello Fama. Most of the others have dropped out already. People have left. 001. TrampCast 001 is the one where 007. I see what you're doing. No, TrampCast 001 is the one where I drop my name all the time. Daddy, when I'm talking to Tina, come here. Come to Daddy, real name. And I drop it by accident at least 5 times during that particular... it was my first live stream. I couldn't help myself. I was just a dick. Was. Past tense. I used to be a dick. I'm all right now. Yeah, you know. My only fault. I used to be a perfectionist. I've solved that. I'm perfect now. Here we go, folks. Let me grab a coffee. I'm on the tablet. I'm finding this a little bit awkward. Delta Mike, shaken not, yeah. The name's Mike. Delta Mike. Shaken not stirred. I'm on the tablet by accident. I was creating the stream. I was entering the details into YouTube. I was going to create it there, and then I was going to go live on the actual phone. And YouTube didn't give me the option. It just took, rather than saving the stream, I'd set an ahead time. I'd set it for I'd set a time later. And it just took me so I started the stream about 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes early. It was all a rush job. I mean, I was running late, but I wasn't expecting the stream to just kick off and start. So we're on the tablet. When I do that, there's a blur and my hand is like doing that. When I hope it's not as bad for you as it appears to be for me. I hope this is just an artifact of the tablet and it's just me that sees it this bad. tablet would seem to be better for older eyes. You see, when I'm looking stuff up, like when I just went on my rant about Tony Hart for the last 2 hours, the tablet is better for me for looking stuff up rather than trying to do it on the small screen when I'm looking for stuff. But you know, I'll make do. My eyes aren't so bad that I can't read this. So I was just in the middle. We were up to Tuesday. We were reviewing the week, and I was saying, oh yeah, I went to sleep watching some sci-fi slop and grabbed a few hours of a nap. Into the Wednesday. What happened Wednesday? Oh, this is one of the ones where I woke up 1:30 in the morning, but I was too tired to move. I didn't walk Tina. She didn't get her kind of somewhere between 10 o'clock and midnight. I would typically take her for her walkies, and I slept right through it. Woke up at 1:30, but was still so tired I couldn't fucking move. I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't move. It was one of those, I'm awake, but I'm not really awake, and I just went back to sleep again. So I walked her at 4:30 instead. She had to wait for her, and she was a good girl. She didn't do anything wrong. She held on to everything. Walked her again at 8:30, made coffee, and had to tidy up around the camp. Gathered a bunch of bags, rubbish bags, and things together. The number of beer cans outside. So my friend Tom will come and will bring 1 or 2 cans of beer, and we'll sit and have. He'll bring me some food, and we'll sit and have a beer or two, and somehow I ended up with 3 trash bags out there that seemed to all be just full of beer cans. My reputation as an alkie is, yeah, it's in full swing. But I gathered all these different bags together and put them in. I've got these really big trash bags, and you can fit about 5 shopping bags, 5 normal bags inside these bags. So I had to tidy up around camp, 3 or 4 bags from different places outside, together with a lot of the big plastic bottles, the plastic water bottles. So yeah, a big tidy up. That was Wednesday morning. Again, I was kind of waiting. I suspected Karen might drop by because she'd been in the country for about 8 or 9 days at this point, 10 days I think, but hadn't been around yet. And they called round. Karen and family arrived bearing gifts. Almost 30 litres of water. This was what triggered some of the comments on Friday night about me waiting for other people to come and help me rather than me getting off my ass and fetching water myself. Like I said, folks, water's heavy. It weighs literally, by definition actually, it weighs 1 kilogram per litre. The weights were set based on, that's what 1 kilogram became. Because of a 10 centimetre cube of water. That's what a fucking kilogram is. Or it's what a litre is. I can't remember which way around it was. Either the weight was set by water or the amount of water was set by the weight. They are intertwined. Anyway, Karen arrived, brought me all the water, so I was down to my last 20 litres, folks, at this point. I was down to my last... I could have run out of water within 3 or 4 days. And I didn't have enough spare water, like, to wash dishes or clothes. God, if I wash a T-shirt, I need 30 litres of water to wash one T-shirt. You wouldn't believe how much water it takes to fucking wash it. You give it a pre-soak, throw the water away because it's now bright black, bright brown. Throw that water away. Bring the T-shirt out so you're not fetching dirty water into the next bowl of clean water. Put some washing up liquid or whatever kind of detergent All detergents are the same. There's no difference between a shampoo, a washing up a dish detergent, washing up powder. They're all, the only difference is a perfumes. They're a surfactant and a detergent mixed together, and their job is, there are molecules in there. One end sticks to grease, to fat, oils. One end sticks to oils, one end sticks to water. And that's how they work. That's how you wash things. That's how you clean things. Your body, even washing your body, like shampoo or soap, same thing. You have a layer of oils, and all of the nastiness, the grease, the grime, the bacteria live in those oils. And if you can wash the oils away, so the detergents and surfactants molecules, one end sticks to oil, one end sticks to water, and it washes that shit away. So I will wash my hair quite happily in dish detergent or soap powder, washing up powder, clothes washing powders and liquids. They're all the detergent is a detergent is a detergent. It doesn't matter whether it's a shampoo, whether it's a soap, whether it's whatever. They're all the fucking same. Used to wash when I was a security guard back in, what was that, 1989? We were given 5 shirts as part of our uniform, but we had to work 7 days on the trot. We'd be washing our shirts as a group in the bathroom with a nail brush and washing up liquid. You do the collar and the cuffs, and everything else just gets a quick dip. You're away. But Karen called round and they came with goodies. This was Wednesday. What were the goodies? There was obviously, I've mentioned already that they brought 30 or 40 litres of water, which is always nice. They asked me what I needed from the supermarket. They brought me milk and bread. That's good. But then they brought things I didn't ask for. You see, folks, somebody goes to the supermarket and says, "What do you want?" And I said, "Bread and milk, please." And they did that. But then they brought beer and cola and wine. And then they said, "Oh, we brought something to mix with the cola," which I thought was the wine, because I drink red wine and cola. That's how I make the wine last longer, traditionally, historically. 3 hours later, I discovered there was a fucking bottle of brandy hidden away in there. And just so that you can all call me a drunkard, here we are, however many days later this is. That was Wednesday, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days later. And yeah, there's only that much left. I have managed to put a significant dent into that bottle of brandy. Just to give ammunition to the people that will and do and take every fucking opportunity to call me an alky. I did hit it a little bit this week, and as I mentioned, they came by on Friday, and I was kind of quite merry when they came by, and I told them so. So beer, wine, cola, brandy, crisps and chocolate. Oh, and the stuff they brought from England. Branston pickle. I haven't had any. So the loaf of bread was to go with cheese and pickle, and I haven't done that yet. Branston pickle. You foreigners will have to look that up. Branston. I see pickle. Americans hear the word pickle and just think of the cucumbery, gherkiny things, but no, pickle is a process, not a specific product, not a specific vegetable. Pickle, you can pickle eggs, you can pickle winkles, whelks, cockles, all the seafoods, all the shellfish can be pickled, but so can eggs, but so can all the vegetables. So Branston pickle is a malt sauce with bits of onion, carrot, cauliflower, whatever. And if you take those same vegetables and you put them in more of a mustardy pickle, you get piccalilli. Great British tradition. And I have now got Branston pickle, piccalilli. They also brought me some gravy granules and some oxo cubes, stock cubes, if you will, from the UK. Biscuits. They brought. Oh, I got a new frying pan which I still haven't used, and 2 cake tins, and some pads, some puppy pads for Tina. Tina, as I have mentioned, Tina is physically deteriorating. She is no longer in full control of all of her bodily functions. And so I've got some pads to put on the floor or in the bed for when accidents happen. Typically, they happen as I'm getting her out of the bed. It tends to be I've slung the belt under her waist and I'm picking her up to carry her out there. And sometimes she will just let go that little bit early. So some pads would be useful and helpful. What else happened Wednesday? Oh, I finally got around to sorting out my fridge. So various deliveries and bags of food from people. And obviously, when someone brings me a bag of food, I sort through, and things that need refrigerating, I try and put them in the fridge. But at one point, I was putting bread and stuff in there, but I'm really bad at sorting back through the fridge. So some things that I've put in there have gone, I've left too long. I was just saying, Karen brought me 2 litres of milk. And while I'm putting it away, I knew that I had 2 litres of oat milk in there already. What I didn't know was that there was another fucking litre of proper real milk that's been sat there about 3 weeks. It was fine. 2 weeks past its best by date. Because it had not been opened. It was fine. It was great. I've had this discussion before about how some modern things just don't go off. Milk doesn't go bad anymore. Not until after you've opened. You could keep it almost forever and open it like a month later. As long as don't open it and then keep it a month, that won't work. I'm fairly sure everything's irradiated. They're not labelled as such. You will never see a product labelled to say, hey, I've been zapped in the Zappatron. But I'm fairly sure that most bread and most milk nowadays is zapped. Shit just don't go off. I've got some hot dog buns over there. I must have had them 2 months. They're not even they haven't even been in the fridge. They're sat next to the fridge. I didn't have room for them. They're fine. I haven't opened them yet, but there's no mold, there's no nothing. They're fine. And it was the same with this milk that I discovered in the bottom of my fridge. 2 weeks after its date, not a problem. When I was a kid, milk went off the next day. If you didn't finish milk that day, it was off. Not anymore. Let me scroll. I'll just see if there's any more messages. Okay, Farmer says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and consider subscribing. And then he gives a link to something that I don't know what that is, and I can't do that here right now. If the foot bath water gives the shits, then it would seem that there's no place to get the water from. I do not have a safe place to get water at the minute, other than friends bringing it to me. This was why there was one time last year, wasn't there? Fairly late on, probably September or October. Karen wasn't in the country, and I had to put out a call. I had to literally ask if there was anyone who could bring me, if they could bring me water, and 2 or 3 people did. David Schofield, who's often here in chat, David brought me water. That's how we met for the first time. He just pulled up and brought roughly apology, I don't have an exact number, about 50 litres of water. And another chap pulled up a few days later and brought a similar amount, 40 or 50 litres. So thank you to everyone. I'd have to look back through notes to get names. But I remember David because he's often here in chat. The other chap, I don't think I've ever seen in chat. Yeah. Thank you to everyone who did help me out at that particular moment. I literally don't. There are people nearby who I could maybe ask, and I have asked in the past, and I got some water. But the second time I asked, can't you get it elsewhere? Can't you do this? Can't you do that? There was a little bit of what I interpreted as reluctance on the second occasion I asked. So I don't like to push my luck and put upon people who seemingly don't. I don't want to say don't want to help, but people who express any kind of reluctance, I don't want to put upon them and push too hard. Yeah, and I did get someone was in chat the other day. I had a rant earlier about some comments on Friday night that I missed. I didn't see them until I watched it back. I didn't see them while I was live. If you remember, there was a glitch with YouTube, and I was 45 minutes behind chat, and then suddenly they were gone. I couldn't get back to them, and it was the same for everyone. Nobody could get back to them, as far as I can tell. But on the replay, they were there. So I watched and I caught those comments, and I made a response earlier. The person who made the comments has always seemed quite friendly up to now, but seemed to take offense at my what would you say? Took offense that I wasn't doing more for myself. They thought I was sitting back waiting for people to bring help to me, and that is a thing. That is disabled dog. We used to walk miles and miles and miles, 15 kilometers to Guadamar, all around Guadamar, all day on foot, minus 2 or 3 little 10-minute sit downs, and then all the way back. The times that we would go up the hill and either go left or go right for different routes around bins. An hour and a half for that circuit there, and then I'd do an hour and a half for that circuit there, and then we'd repeat, and we'd do that so 6 hours on our feet, more or less every day, gathering food and other resources from around the bins. So it irks me a little bit when somebody says you're sat on your ass waiting for people to bring it to you. Yeah, 35 kilo. Do you know how much 35 kilograms is? It's 77 pounds. And I'm carrying the back half of it while we walk. So we tend not to walk too far. We certainly don't walk a kilometre, buy water at the supermarket and physically fucking carry it home. We used to walk to the foot pump, the foot wash, whatever you want to call it, beach foot bath, whatever you want to call it. We used to walk there, and I used to put two 8-litre bottles in a shopping bag and carry one and handle a dog. This was when she could walk. That was directing a dog, not carrying a dog. But we used to 16 kilograms on your back and 8 kilograms in your hand for 500, it's half a kilometre to the foot washing, 500 metres, roughly. I used to do that. Hard work. And I did the hard work. And then I'd go off and do the 6 hours walking around bins to bring other shit back. But now I'm carrying a dog when I go. we've got a wheelchair. I was saying earlier, I still have to steer her. She walks into me repeatedly with it. She wants to be near her daddy, but the wheels get the back of my legs. But on shorter walks, here and hereabouts, I'm carrying a dog. Rant over. I don't want to go off too much on that. But somebody came particularly close to getting banned the other day. If I'd seen it at the time, I probably would have got angry. Like I said, the person has always seemed friendly enough. Maybe they just had a bad day. Maybe I rubbed them the wrong way in some way. I don't know. But reconnecting. We disconnected and reconnected, folks. I don't know if you spotted that. So anyway, I was talking about Wednesday. Karen had been, things had happened, stuff went. Then my friend Tom arrived. This was where he brought an handful of beers and an empanada each. An empanada is like a Cornish pasty. It's the half moon, not the triangular cross section, which isn't a Cornish. Do you know that Cornish pasties are not what you think they are? Shall we let's chat. I thought a Cornish pasty was triangular in cross section. Oh no, a Cornish pasty is flat and half moon shaped. It's not a crescent. It is a half circle. Cornish pasty is a half circle. I think it's a Devon pasty that has the triangular cross section. It's one of the counties next door that's not Cornwall. Cornish pasty is a half moon shape. Now, you know, empanada in Spain is a similar concept. Various fillings can be savoury or sweet. They can be chocolatey or they can be meaty. Spain don't understand gravy. I will say this: when the Spanish make a meat pie, they will pack it with they also play with the food too much. A meat pie will have 7 different fucking meats in it. Chicken, pork, beef, lamb, all the fucking meats. You might even find mussels and cockles in the same fucking pie. And it'll be dry as a bone because they don't know what gravy is. There won't be any kind of fucking sauce. Dry as hell sometimes. Anyway, my friend Tom arrived on Wednesday with he basically brought a 6-pack of beers, but one has gone already. So we sat down and over the course of the next couple of hours, a couple of beers each, and I was left with a couple at the end when he left. Thank you, Tom. Much appreciated, my friend. He brought a little bit, yeah, the empanadas and the beers, and I think we sat with John as well, the Swedish bloke that was in the field, who is now no longer in the field. His tent's still there. I've got his blankets stored here, but he didn't have time to dismantle his tent before he left. So that's in a hollow under some trees. Very well hidden, it has to be said. Oh, Thursday morning. Okay, so that was Wednesday. Thursday morning was when I set my alarm. I got this wrong on Friday. On Friday's TrampCast, I said that he'd left that day. Days all merged together, folks. I am having difficulty separating events and memories. So it was Thursday. I set an alarm and got up at 6 so that I could wake him up at 6:15 so that he could be at the bus station for 8 to go to the airport and catch his flight later that day. I somehow on Friday, I thought that had been that morning. It was all so fresh in my memory. But I was wrong. For once, I was wrong. A little bit like me trying to remember that there was a dwarf on Take Heart. And Google says not, but I'm sure there was a dwarf on Take Heart. There was a tall guy and a really short guy. They came out of a passport photo booth each episode. Google says no. I'm fairly sure it was David Rappaport. Google says no. It was. I'm fucking sure of it. I'm sure of it. The memory is fucking there. I don't care. I have. There are things I know that Google doesn't. It's like the disease, the facial condition I had, cherubism. There was a time when Google didn't know about it. 0 results, and now there are results. But I used to know more than Google. So anyway, yeah, my mate John ended up. He's back off to the bus station, off to the airport, off to Sweden, and hopefully he's there. But he hasn't contacted me. I'm a little bit. I gave him my contact details so that he could contact me once he gets there. But he didn't have a phone. He said once he got back there, he was still going to be homeless, but just be homeless in Sweden. That's a little bit awkward. What else happened Thursday? This is one of the days where we got a few watts from the solar panel, but then I noticed I went out. I was wondering why it wasn't taking off the way it should. 5 to 8, we already had some power coming in, folks. 5 to 8. It's getting earlier and earlier and earlier, as I mentioned earlier. But I wondered why I wasn't getting enough. I had a few watts coming in, enough like to charge a phone, but not to charge the EcoFlow. So I went outside and I looked, and the bottom right-hand corner, the sun just wasn't quite above the trees, and we had a shadow from the trees on the bottom corner. So I slid the panel 6 inches that away. Suddenly we got 30 watts coming in. Yeah. One of those days. Oh, this was where I sent Karen some money. Okay, because I wanted to buy the new EcoFlow. He's just pointing at the old one by accident. Because I wanted to buy the EcoFlow from Joby. I had to get some. I can't pay him with PayPal funny money, and I can't do tap and go with him. I had to convert some PayPal money to cash. So I sent a chunk of money to Karen, in part to pay for the EcoFlow, and in part to put some money on my Tippy Tappy card, which was actually almost empty. So yeah, a big chunk of money went. It got to the middle of the afternoon, almost 4 p.m, and I realised I hadn't fed my doggy. I forgot. I moved. See, I mentioned earlier that her bodily functions aren't entirely under her own control anymore. So I've moved her feed time. Instead of being in the evening, I now feed her at noon, so that we can try and get all of that out of the way before bedtime, because we don't want accidents, do we? We don't want accidents. But I accidentally didn't feed her in time, and she let me know at 4 p.m. She let me know that I was late. A little bit later, after she'd fed and I put her back on the bed, I closed the doors and settled down for my afternoon or evening nap. And 10 o'clock, I woke up thinking it was tomorrow, and it was still last night. I do. This seems to be a thing at the minute. Doing it really frequently. The somewhere between 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock on an evening, if you want to call it evening, I fall asleep for a nap, and sometimes it can be 3 or 4 hours, and then I wake up. I have an alarm set on nights when I'm going to do TrampCasts, and that wakes me up with a bit of a jaunt, and that I'm a bit groggy if I get woken up by an alarm. If I wake up naturally, it's a little, it clears up a bit quicker. But I do sometimes still, I wake up and I'm listening for the traffic on the main road, especially, so sometimes I turn these lights off. Yeah, you can see the lights there in the top corner. My fairy light, I'll turn them off and go to sleep. And if I wake up and I'm listening to the road and I'm trying to judge by the amount of traffic, trying to judge what time it is. Is it 6 o'clock in the morning? Is it 4 in the morning? Is it midnight or 2 o'clock? Oh, look at that. Tablet was down to 5%. Screen just went dark. I just had to plug the cable in. Yeah, so I woke up at 10 o'clock at night, but to me, I thought it was the next morning. That's the kind of life I lead, folks. So I was a little bit like John when he woke up. He thought it was still last night, but it was 8 o'clock in the morning. I wasn't quite that bad, but he was on he'd been given new medication, new sleeping tablets. Oh yeah, okay. This was when I walked outside. I had to do something out in the field, and when I walked out there was a light flashing at me in the field, and I what the fuck? The EcoFlow was still out there from the evening when I'd moved the solar panel and the EcoFlow across the field. I had a recollection, I had a memory of bringing it in, but that wasn't that day. That was the day before. Again, days merging and memories getting mixed up. All the days just mixing up. That was Thursday. That was Thursday night. Into Friday. Well, okay, late Thursday watching Scruff Dog. Then I fell asleep in the middle of Scruff Dog. Middle of the night walking the dog, and then again and got up early and walked her at 7:30. In daylight. I can't get used to 7:30 being daylight. Didn't used to be, but now it is. And next week it won't be again, will it? It'll be fucking 8 o'clock, 7:30 before it's light again. Once they move the. So next Sunday, when the clocks move forward, that'll upset my rhythms again. So I had an early morning nap. 9:10. I thought it must be the afternoon. The morning just dragged and dragged and dragged. This is a common thing at the moment because the sun's coming up earlier and earlier, and I'm out and I'm setting the solar panel, and if it's not quite right, I'm adjusting it, dragging it 6 inches to the right so that we're getting more power. The mornings take forever to. Nothing happens for hours and hours and hours, and it's still only 9:10 in the morning, and it's. Yeah, it's almost unbearable. Some mornings, the days just drag. Most mornings. Because I'm up, I'm walking the dog somewhere. I try and walk Tina before 8. Try. Sometimes I'm late, but try and walk her before 8. Because of what I was talking about earlier, because her bodily functions are not under her control so much. Part of the degenerative thing that's been happening the last couple of years. Try and walk her as early. So we'll go for a walk probably at 4 o'clock this morning, and then we'll go again 7:38. As soon as I'm awake enough to walk her and carry her. But then the rest of the morning drags. I'll read the news, I'll watch a few videos, and then I've got to put either a TV program on, something I've downloaded, a TV program or a film, or some sci-fi slop, sci-fi AI rubbish videos, just background noise. If I can grab another nap after I get up, that's great. I'll make my coffee. Got to be careful not to fall asleep while making coffee. We had that the other week, didn't we? Was that last week? Put the fucking gas burner on, put the pan on, boiled the water, came back inside, because dog, and then forgot all about it for 2 hours maybe. Don't do that again. It hasn't happened this week. My new rule when the gas burner's on, don't take your shoes off. So even if I lay down, I've got my shoes on, and that's a reminder. But usually I can busy myself. I can do something, tidy up, do something, bag up some rubbish, do something either outside or in, but stay on my feet while the gas burner's on, so as to not forget. Yeah. I don't know, folks. So yeah, the morning dragged, but Friday morning, I discussed with Karen that they'd said they were here on Wednesday, and they said they had to get away. They had things happening on the Wednesday, so they were only here for kind of half an hour or so. And they said, "Oh, might pop back Friday." Okay, we left it just as an open, no confirmation. Joby arrived unexpectedly. I'd indicated I might get the money Friday if Karen turned up, the money to buy the EcoFlow. But he turned up independently, randomly, and had brought the EcoFlow River 3. And he arrived. I had a little bit of money on me. I had the money from the lady that had been in the road. I gave it to Joby. He'd indicated he was going to go looking for cigarette butts, and I said, "Money, why don't you go buy yourself whatever you need. Take care of your addiction. Here's a tenner." And he went off, and while he was gone, Karen arrived. And I think while he was gone, he might have got back just as they did, something like that. He came back with his tobacco, and Karen arrived. She gave me the money. I was able to square up with him for the EcoFlow, pay him the 100, and he gave me the EcoFlow. So that all worked well. Had a chat with Karen and family, and that all worked out rather well. Unexpected. They hadn't confirmed they were coming. I wasn't expecting Joby. Maybe I thought maybe the Saturday, but Friday, all square. So I got my new EcoFlow to go with my old EcoFlow, and all was well with the world. Joby was here for a few hours. We had a few coffees, and he had coffees. I had beer actually. I mentioned earlier. I was a little bit merry Friday afternoon. I'd been on this brandy that had been brought for me a few days earlier. Friday afternoon, folks. The weekend starts here. What can you do, even for a tramp? Listen, I have a reputation to uphold. I get accused of it all the time. I might as well fucking live up to it every now and again. So I sank a few early afternoon, and then people started arriving, and yeah, I did have quite a buzz. I had a few brandies and a couple of cans of beer. I was yeah. This was where I put the fridge freezer on in the evening. I turned the fridge freezer on and settled down, watched a video, went to sleep, woke up 3 hours later with no power because fridge freezer. Not bad for a guy in a tent, this is it. I mean, you know, I've got a TV. Never use it, but got a TV, got a fan, got a slow cooker, 2 EcoFlows, tablets and phones, lamps and lights. There's more. What else have I got that's electric? There are other things that I've got an electric blanket. Don't forget the electric blanket. Literally not used it this winter. Literally not used it. But it's here in the corner if I want it. I have it to hand next to the bed. Tramp in a field, folks. But quite the tramp. Come on, you must admit. Most homeless guys piss it against the wall, inject it, or whatever, or are taking their drugs or their medications or their whatever. I'm saving it up. I'm using it. I'm applying it. When I've got some money, I'm asking myself, what would improve my life? What can I get? What's the next? How do I level up in the modern parlance, I guess you would say. So yeah. Now, into Friday evening, I said I fell asleep, used up the power, got really low, got down to 20 odd percent. I think it was on when I woke up. Fortunately, the EcoFlow River 3, my second EcoFlow, the one that Joby sold me earlier that day, had some power in it. So that got me through the evening to do the TrampCast Hangout with you guys. And I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you. I think it's three people. Fabrizio sent me I still haven't got back to you, you bugger. Fabrizio sent me a silly amount of money. Thank you. Appreciated. That's Farmer in chat there, Fabrizio. Frank Nadobody sent me 2 donations in the one night. I had a chat with him after, and we had a phone call after, because I've been trying to find the time to chat with him for the last month. Time zones, folks, time zones. When I would think of calling him ordinarily, he's at work because 5 hour, 6 hour time difference. 6 hours. Ordinarily 6 hours. 5 hours difference at the minute because they've already done the daylight savings and we haven't. 6 hour time difference ordinarily. Makes things awkward. If I wait for his evening, it'll be 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning my time. But we eventually we did manage a good chat afterwards. But two separate donations that evening. So Fabrizio Fama and Frank Nadobody, and also later on, well, I guess it was more morning my time and probably afternoon his. Akadaka Tony, Akadaka in Australia sent me a donation. So thank you to those 3 guys for the funds. Greatly appreciated. And the timing is kind of perfect because as I said, I've created for myself a little bit of a financial crunch, but your donations help, and I think I now have enough, more or less, almost. If anybody wants to make a donation, the link is pinned at the top there. Get the begging. Got to get the begging bowl out. I'm an e-beggar, not an actual beggar, as I discussed quite angrily earlier in the stream. I need to buy a new tarpaulin, and that's going to be quite a lump. I think, like I said, the old one was labelled as €45. I didn't buy it personally, so I can't attest to that categorically, but I think that was the price. But I need two solar panels and a cable, an MC4 to XT60. I need another cable if I'm going to have a second solar panel to go with the second EcoFlow. Unfortunately, folks, these EcoFlow rivers have quite a low limit on the wattage input, 110. So there's no daisy chaining, there's no putting solar panels in series. Unless you've got very low input. If it's a very cloudy day, you could probably get away with putting 2 panels in series. But I'm thinking I can buy a solar panel for €55. These are the not foldable, but the flexible, lightweight ones. 100-watt panels. I buy one for 55, but they do a deal where you can get 2 for 90, which, now that I've got 2 EcoFlows, looks like the way to go. But I would need another cable to go that route. So 2 EcoFlows. Yeah, I have 2 EcoFlows. To buy 2 solar panels for €90, 10 or €15 probably for an MC4 to XT60 connect cable, and a tarp so that I can get another 6 months maybe out of this tent before moving to the next tent. That's what it looks like. That's how things are shaping up. Let me scroll through chat and have a quick. Mike, sometimes people can say something without thinking, say something sometimes stupidly, don't take it to heart. It was a tirade of about 6 posts, mate. It wasn't just one, wasn't a one-off. And he was having a go at me. I didn't see it live because of the way chat cut off. But in the replay, it was there and it's quite visible. It's water off a duck's back to an extent, but once I start talking about it, I can get angry and have a bit of a and I did. If you weren't here, I don't know whether you were lurking or whether you were watching but away from keyboard. I suspect you just weren't here. I had a rant earlier. I haven't named anybody. I haven't done anything. I think if I'd seen it at the time live, I think I would have banned the fuck out of him. But I'm going to let it go for now. There were some assertions. There were some comments about me being passive and waiting for help to come to me, whereas I should have done this and done that, and I should have been begging and earning €200 a day, and I should be in Benidorm, fucking 130 kilometers that way. The logistics of it, for a start. How do I get there? Who's carrying my shit? Who's carrying the dog? What do I do with the chest of drawers? The Queen Anne chair, the carpet, the veg rack? The 200 kilograms of food that I seem to have deposited around here. The camping fridge freezer. The 20 blankets, 3 sleeping bags, 2 tents. The 20 kilograms of dog food. Who's carrying all that to Benidorm? Where do I go once I get there? How do I drop lucky enough to find a piece of private land where the landlord or owner doesn't want me off and where the police leave me alone? I've got these things now. I am left alone. He says, tempting fate. But because they've accepted it's private land and nothing to do with them, they can't do anything and don't do anything. I'm being left alone. Yes, I'm reliant on help from friends. I get by with a little help from my friends. Whether that's me being passive, me being lazy, I would assert not. Because of circumstance. We used to walk miles and fucking miles and fucking miles. But one of us can't walk anymore. I don't know what you want from me. I don't have a water source. That seemed to be the bone of contention, that I need people to bring me water. I used to go get water. I physically carried it. Then I dragged it on a trolley. But then dogs can't walk. We've got a wheelchair now. I mean, in theory we could. In summer, when the water's turned back on, in theory we could go and get it there. I have the water treatment tablets still. But I've also got friends with cars who say they don't mind bringing it to me. Do I like putting upon people? No. Do I like being dependent? No. Am I dependent? Yes, I think so. I think I've made that clear from the start. Now, could I go and beg? I could. Having a disabled dog, would that help with begging? Undoubtedly. I mean, everyone loves Tina. Do I want to be on the strip in Benidorm earning €200 a day begging? No, absolutely not. It's not in my nature to beg. Can I talk to you guys online and occasionally point out the PayPal link? Is that begging? Yes, I think I've said all along, I am basic. I was invited onto a prepper channel to discuss me, my outlook, how I get by, how I survive. And I turned it down. That is a guy, he is called Mike, unlike me. He's actually Mike. UK Prepper Network. UK Urban Prepper is his own channel. He has formed the UK Prepper Network. Mike invited me on early days, and I kind of said no, because whilst I have a prepper mentality, preppers are actually independent. They want to be self-reliant. I want to be self-reliant, but I'm not, and so I would be embarrassed to be on a prepper channel talking about my outlook, my circumstances, the things I do to get by. But especially now that I'm restricted because Tina's not well, we're not out circling the bins. I'm not out walking the streets finding things to bring home. I'm not even out going shopping. Last year I went shopping, I think 3 times in the entire year, and they were all in the back end of December. I literally didn't go shopping all year. How could I hold my head high as like a prepper if I can't even be independent enough to go shopping? I go to the Chino. I treat the Chino Bazaar as a corner shop. It isn't. He hasn't got many things there. There's only 2 or 3 things I buy there. One of which is the weekend's alcohol run. I go there for a 12-pack of beer because it saves me a half-hour walk to the supermarket. So yeah, how could I hold my head high as like a prepper when I'm this dependent on other people? I'm the opposite of self-sufficient, and I've said that from the start. I moved into this field and I wanted to be visible because people walking past might help me, and they do. Back in the day, did I do more to be self-sufficient? Yeah. We walked around. We went from bins to bins. I collected food from bins. Next to the bin, on top of the bin, we used to have these flat lids, in bins. Put your hand in a bin and you could feel, and you could find frozen, someone would throw away a whole bag of frozen food. Or you'd find a pack of, let's say you find a loaf of bread, but it's sealed, been thrown away. Steaks and bacon. I used to find 12 packs of beer. Someone throw away a fucking pack of beer or a bottle of wine, unopened. It's just in a bin. As long as it's contained and wrapped, and I took food from bins. Pizzas, fast food. On a Friday night and a Saturday night, if you saw a pizza box in a bin, 1/3 of all of the boxes would have more than 1/3 of a pizza in them. I found a box once that had two. It had half each of two separate pizzas put in one box, and then put in the bin. I took that shit. I took that. Somebody once put out. They'd bought a 3-pack, 3 baguettes, and they'd had one, and they'd put 2 baguettes out, and then they put a pack of ham in the bag next to the bin. So that's clearly been deliberately put out for someone. Now, whether that was someone who was leaving the country and that was what they had left over, or whether that was put out deliberately as a gift for desperate people. So I used to walk miles and miles, hours upon hours. Not so easy now. Even if I took the 10 minutes to put Tina into her wheelchair, like I mentioned earlier, she wants to be next to her daddy as we walk, and I've constantly got the wheels of the chariot up the backs of my leg, and I have to pull a lot of effort to pull her to one side so she's not doing that. So I got one arm tied behind my back, figuratively, before we start. I'm ranting again about not wanting to be dependent. Let me pick up where I left off. I think I was talking about Friday night, and I was up to Friday night. Yeah, the donations when I did the TrampCast. Thank you. I'll run through them again. Frank Nadobati, Fabrizio. That's a crazy amount. I'm still going to have words with you about that. And Tony Akadaka in Australia. Those. Oh, I started to watch Mr. Egg Thailand. It's all one word. If you want to go find him, Mr. Egg Thailand. After I do Friday nights talking to you guys, and then I snooze for a few hours, walk the dog early in the morning. Often, Mr. Egg Thailand, a bloke called Phil, English bloke, lives out in Pattaya in Thailand, runs a bar. And he'll go for a walk or a drive on his scooter, moped, whatever it is, and he'll go for a coffee or a meal or something, and he's chatting and talking. He was in the middle of that, and it just ended. It glitched out. I hope he's all right. He was driving on his bike. I hope he hasn't been hit. If you're out there, Phil, let me know you're alive. Fuck's sake, I'm worried about you, pal. I thought he might have. He was on his way out, and he's gonna do a couple of hours live stream. And he's just gone, and I'm worried. I'm hoping he hasn't been knocked off his fucking bike. I'm hoping he's alive and well. So that's Friday night into Saturday morning. I do like to watch Phil. It varies. Sometimes he'll do Saturday morning. Our time, it'll be Saturday afternoon for him. Sometimes it's Sunday, and sometimes it's Monday. But yeah, no, I was so into Saturday morning. Here's another one where the morning's dragging. It was a bit cloudy. I woke Tina and made a couple of cups of coffee. And it gets to 9 a.m. and I've not received a single watt of power so I've just bought this new EcoFlow. I've run out of power almost on one of the EcoFlows, on my original EcoFlow, by leaving the freezer running while I fell asleep the night before. And then that morning it's cloudy, and it's 9 o'clock already in the morning, 9 in the morning, and still no power. It used to be, so let me just recap. In winter, it used to be 10:15 before the sun got high enough over the trees for me to get any power. And obviously, as we start approaching spring, the sun's rising earlier. And nowadays, it's kind of at 8 o'clock or just before 8, I can get some power. We hit 9 o'clock on Saturday, and I've still not got a single fucking ounce of power, a single watt of power coming in. That's causing me some anxiety. And the mornings drag. I can't believe, after walking the dog before 7:30, I can't believe it's 9 o'clock, and no power coming in. But the morning is just dragging. Another look, it's written another of these days that drags like hell. In fairness, it looks bright outside. I think it should be registering power. It just isn't. And both of the eco flows are down around 20%. The forecast is for cloud all day, with the possibility of a little bit of sun in the late afternoon, like literally 4 or 5 o'clock. And the sun goes down behind the buildings over there, kind of 6-ish, just after 6 in the evening. So if it's only coming up at 4, 11 o'clock before we get any input at all, not enough to charge the eco flow, but 11, 12, 13 watts. You can charge a phone or a tablet. Yeah. Struggle for power all 4:30. It's like 16:40. Actual sunshine. Waited all day. Suddenly 35 or 40 watts in. And at 17:30, gone. So we got like an hour of sun. Managed to get one of the eco flows up to 40% charge. And a big nap while we wait for Big Clive to start at 10 o'clock. I woke up late, actually. I woke up at 10:30. I missed the first half hour of Clive. So for anyone who doesn't know, bigclive.com as a word, DOTCOM. That was his YouTube channel. He ran into trouble on YouTube, folks. He ran into trouble. He'd take his beard and he'll put it in a funnel, and the bit that comes out the bottom, he'll burn. That's his way of trimming his beard. Burn the bottom of the beard, singe the beard. YouTube decided they decided it was dangerous and kind of told him off. He'd been in trouble another time. He did a video. There's a hobby project people do, taking the I think it's the magnetron out of the back of the capacitors and things out the back of a microwave, and you can charge them up so much when they discharge, it will make like a lightning pattern on wood, and that's all well and great. That's all very artistic, very nice, except it's a little bit deadly. If you get it wrong and it discharges on you and not on the wood, you're dead. There's a lot of power in the back of a microwave. Don't do it. You can go and look up, if you type in something like microwave and art, you can probably find videos. Big Clive, being an electrical engineer of some repute, with over 1 million followers online, one of the biggest electrical engineering YouTubers, apart from Electro Boom, who will do the crazy fucking things. But Big Clive is a notable, he's a character of some note, and he did a video saying, "Don't do this shit. This is why you don't do this shit. This is dangerous shit. You get it wrong and you're dead." That was his video. And because he was talking about and possibly demonstrating to some extent, or showing other people's, he got a strike, or he got a warning. He got told off for doing videos about this microwave art, even though he was doing videos saying don't do microwave art. You can't get hold of a YouTube human. The algorithm spotted it, caught him, told him off for it. So the combination of that and then getting a telling off for his singeing beard, his income is YouTube. That's his main job. He works at the Edinburgh Tattoo once a year. He does that particular week or 10 days, whatever that is. But his main income, his bread and butter, is the YouTube channel. He couldn't risk, having had 2 tellings off, he couldn't risk his channel. So he now does his live stream over on Twitch. So bigclive.com, BIGCLIVE.com, .com. So it's a word. It's not the web address. .com is words. Go find Big Clive. Entertaining. On YouTube, bigclive.com is his electrical engineering stuff. He will take things apart. He will reverse engineer them. He'll do schematics. He will explain what's gone wrong and why. His Saturday night stream is like this. It's like guys down the pub. He'll talk. He's chewing the cud and he's talking shit, and there's a lot of sexual innuendo amongst his chat and his group. He is gay. He's kind of a non-practicing gay, if that's a thing. But he's got a lot of furries and other weirdos in his chat. It's not for everybody, but that's what it is. Go look him up if it sounds like your kind of fun. Probably talked you out of it, but there he is. That's Big Clive. So my Saturday night, I watched Big Clive, and then I watched a bloke called Scruff Dog straight after. Scruff Dog was one of the community, one of the people in Big Clive's streams, and when Big Clive was tied up doing the Edinburgh tattoo one year, Scruff Dog stepped up and said, "Hey, I'll fill that gap. I'll be there on Saturday nights while you're away." So Clive promoted him. He got a boost, and we now, after Clive used to do like 3 hours or so on 3 or 4 hours on a Saturday, and I don't think he wanted to do 3 hours. So he now does an hour and a half, and then we switch over to Scruff Dog, and that frees Clive up to go off and make his videos, do his projects, do the things he wants to do, but still gives us someone to watch and somewhere to be, some people to hang out with on a Saturday night. So that's my Saturday night, folks. I watch Big Clive and then Scruff Dog, and then walk my doggy, maybe grab a sleep or watch Mr. Egg Thailand. Mr. Egg because bald. So there's another Mr. Egg Thailand, all one word, if you will. There's another stream that you can go and consider watching. He runs a bar in Thailand. It's a go-go bar, if you know what one of those is. I didn't. It's an education for me. Lots of pretty ladies, scantily clad, dancing. We don't see inside the club except when it's kind of empty. We don't see customers because we don't want to embarrass anybody who's hanging about in those kinds of clubs. But we see the ladies. Phil will go off. He'll go on a jaunt. He'll go to the beach or off driving around Pattaya. And then the stream kind of ends as we come back to the club. And then he'll sit outside and some of the ladies will come out and say hello. People will buy them drinks online. And we get introduced to the ladies. And then we say goodbye as he opens and customers start arriving. But Mr. Egg Thailand, all one word. MR for the Mr. Mr. Egg Thailand. Phil in Pattaya. And I'll probably never go to Thailand. I've probably got no interest in any of that. I was in Singapore once, got kicked out of me in a boxing ring. Literally kicked out of me. Little guy, feet on fire. I was boxing, he was kickboxing. I lost badly. That's a thing. That's a thing that happened once upon a time. Let's scroll. Miracle of the Spanish milk. Yeah. No, it wasn't UHT. This is normal. No, this was normal milk. Normal pasteurized milk. I'm hijacking this stream. Karen arrived quite a while ago. Where are we? 0049, 12:49. Current time. Okay. 1:10. So 20 minutes ago, Karen arrived. Hello, Karen. We were talking about you, not to you. Okay. If it goes below 55 miles an hour, that lamp is going to take all those cans. There are 3 cans back there still. I do still have my tripod because I'm drinking so. For a man of my reputation, I am, we're about here, folks. I opened this can literally at the start of the stream. There was no precursor can. I only had 4 cans. I thought I only had 3 cans, and when I looked around, I had one here already, waiting. That's how bad I am at being an alkie. I think my bin bag is closed, but there's a can there from yesterday on top, isn't there? See if I can hit it. Oh yeah, look at that. Just to add to the reputation. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. You didn't stop me. I should have put the empty can back under the lamp, back under the lantern. Now we're going to have to leave the lamp. This is what Farmer doesn't like. When the lamp is just on top of 2 cans. Not the bird with the orange beak. 2 cans of beer instead of 3 when I take one of these away. Uh-oh. When the lamp falls, folks, for anybody who doesn't know the law, L-O-R-E, not L-A-W, the law, the lamp has a tendency to fall over and take the phone or tablet, in this case, with it. If the lamp falls, everything goes to shit. I will just have a sip of it. You gotta, when you open a can, you have to. Cheers to you guys. Thank you for joining me this Sunday night into Monday morning, as it now is. Cheers, folks. These TrampCast Hangouts are probably best enjoyed just as background noise. When I do the 4 and 5 hour ones, some people will just put them, they'll go to work the next day and it's just on in the background. Or if they work at home in a garage or a workshop or whatever, they just put that on in the background. That's how I'm probably best. I'm probably best observed by not watching. I mean, fuck, who wants to look at that? Karen says cheers. Everyone says cheers. That was at 54. Where are we now? I don't even know what time it is. And why is it rocking like that? Hold on. You're not supposed to rock. I think I've just got the tablet off center. I have. Time is 1:13 my time. Central European. Karen's been to the pub quiz. He won some bacon and 25 euros. I'll bring you a bacon. Oh, bacon sandwiches are always appreciated. Do you know I've got 3 packs of sausages that need using, and I've still got a steak set in the fucking fridge. I've been sitting on that steak now for over a week. It is shrink packed and it is in a very cold fridge. But if I don't eat it tomorrow, I probably never will. So I'm gonna make an effort tomorrow. So if Karen's bringing me bacon butties, whatever time that is, I'll have those. Then at some point, maybe mid-afternoon, I'll make sausage. I'll make hot dogs. And then in the evening, I think I'll try and have my steak. I feel like steak and chips. That's fries if you're of an American or North American persuasion. I think steak and chips with some onions. I've got a tin of peas. I did have some frozen peas, but I had some days where I couldn't keep them frozen. Those went bad. I do have a tin of peas. Let me think. Steak, chips, fried onions. I could do onion rings. Do you know I've got a bag of flour that got wet when it rained in, because my tent now leaks all over the fucking place. The whole thing leaks. My bag of flour was on the chair over there, the Queen Anne chair, the big sit upright chair. My bag of flour got wet, and when I picked it up, it split across the wetness. So I have a bag of flour that needs using up. I've got loads of eggs as well. Oh, steak, egg, onions and chips, but I could make onion rings. I can't really deep fry them. I haven't got enough oil for deep frying. Can you pan fry onion rings? I don't know. I quite fancy that. Maybe I could have the tin of peas with it as well. But I've got to use this bag of flour, folks. That's what I was trying to say. So I think I'm going to mix a lot of that. I'll make some batter, obviously. I'll make some batter to do the onion rings tomorrow night. Onion rings. But I'm gonna put the flour. I've got an empty cola bottle or two here. I've got some pop bottles. I'll rinse those out, dry them. I'll put some flour and water and salt and a little bit of yeast. I've got a pack of yeast. I've got a whole box with sachets of yeast, but I've got a sachet that is. In fact, I've got a culture. I've got a bottle already with some yeast. I could just pour some of that in. I could do something approximating flatbreads. Well, they would be flatbreads, but they might not be that flat if I can get enough yeast into the mix. If I have a bottle of a wet mix, a liquid dough, and then I can just into frying pans and make flatbreads. Like I said, they might not actually be that flat if I can do enough. I've got loaf tins as well, haven't I? Karen's just brought me 2 extra loaf tins. Oh, what could I do with that? I've got flour, I've got sugar, I've got eggs, I've got milk. I can make cake. I've got chocolate. I've got chocolate powder, but I've also got what's it fucking called? I've got a jar of chocolate. I don't know what that's called. It's like peanut butter, but with chocolate mixed in. You know, Nutella type stuff. Cheap. I can make chocolate cake. I don't have an oven. It's a little bit awkward trying to make cakes. You've seen me struggle with Yorkshire puddings because I don't have an oven. It all goes a bit wonky. Direct on heating with a flame under. You can't really make a cake on a direct flame. Or at least I can. I can try. I keep trying with Yorkshire puddings. They keep not working. I haven't had a Yorkshire pudding work yet. I tried making a pizza one time. That's a good video, folks. If you look in the description of all of my videos, you'll find a list of playlists, and one of them is Cooking with a Tramp. Or I think I used the word hobo. There was a time when YouTube didn't like the word tramp. I can only presume because of its association with ladies of ill repute. Or at least with it being a slur against ladies of loose morals. But I do have a cooking playlist, and one of them was I made a fantastic pizza. It was gorgeous. All that was wrong with it was when I went to take it out of the frying pan, it fell apart. It burst into about fucking 300 pieces. But each one tasted delicious. The bread mix just wasn't right. And I didn't know it until I picked it up. I got it on like the fish slice and it just crumbled. But it was delicious. The bread, it was a thick base. I like not a deep pan as in a deep dish, not a Chicago quiche pizza, not that. But it was a thick bread, and the pizza was lovely. The bread it tasted fantastic. We had the tomato and peppers and oniony. We had all the things in the base, and it fell apart and just broke into like a million pieces. And as you pick a little piece up, it broke again. The bread mix just wasn't right. I don't even know what I got wrong. I haven't got weight scales. Back then I had a measuring jug. Now I don't even have that. I have a... Yeah, no, I need... Next order, next time I do a Temu order, folks, if you see me talking about doing a Temu order, tell me to buy weight scales. This guy, the Chinese bazaar here, his cheapest weight scales are over 20 euros. I'm not doing that. Temu do them for like 3 euros. That's my price point for a fucking set of kitchen scales. I don't have kitchen scales. I don't have measuring spoons, measuring cups, or a measuring jug. I did have, but not anymore. Everything breaks, folks. If there are any preppers out there, I ask you, I implore you, have 3 of everything. There's the old saying, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. Which, if you follow the logic, 2 is none. If you've got 2 and something goes wrong, you lose it, you break it, you've got 1. You never want to be down to your last 1 of anything. 2 is 1, 1 is none. 2 is none. You're 2 hops away from not having anything. You need a minimum of 3 of a ring. If you're talking about fucking USB cables, you need 20. You don't want 1, you don't want 2, you don't want 3. You want these fuck. See this one? Can you see this one? This is the one that the lamp is currently plugged into. It's an octopus cable, as they call them. USB-A on one end, 3 connectors at the other. The lightning, it looks like, never worked to the lightning cable. The USB-C is dodgy as fuck already. USB-A to C, dodgy. Yes, the micro USB, as far as I know, is still okay. But cables, folks, cables, they stop working so easily. They become so fragile, so vulnerable. One little bit of mishandling or mistreating, that one time that you get your foot caught on it or whatever, that one time you kick your EcoFlow around the floor and suddenly things are fucking broken. Cables don't last 2 minutes is what I'm saying. If you're a prepper, if you're prepping for the zombie apocalypse, I would say you want a bag with 100 different cables and all the endings, even the endings you don't use. You've never had an Apple device in your life. You want a lightning cable. Whether it's USB-A to lightning, or whether it's lightning to lightning, whether it's USB-C to lightning, whatever the fuck it is, you want all the cables, all the endings, all the nozzles, the connectors, whatever the fuck you want to call them. You want them all, and you want 100 of each. If the zombie apocalypse happens, if the meteor happens, if the EMP, if the solar flare thing happens and the grid goes down for a year, and it would, if that thing happens, Carrington event and all of that. If you're a prepper, you know what I'm talking about. If you're not a prepper, you got some learning to do. Shit can happen. In the early days, for the non-preppers, for the people who don't know, in the early days of the telegraph, there was a solar flare. And it's the strongest solar flare recorded. And it is estimated to be off the scale, off the charts bad. If it happened today, we would be without electricity for maybe a year or 3. Back then, we only had telegraph. They unplugged the telegraph machines and they carried on working. They weren't plugged in, they had no power. There was no electricity. And the machines carried on working. The grid, the electric circuits, the power lines were so powered that shit carried on. Some of it burst out in flames, some of it broke. If that was to happen in these days, it is suggested by some folk that the big transformers, where the 25 kilovolts, 25,000 volts, or 33 or 35, whatever the number is, when the power distribution is stepped down to the kinds of voltages that we use, those things could be overpowered by the pulses, by the electricity in the atmosphere. Satellites will break if it's that strong. Nowadays, they have what's called space weather warnings. They monitor these things, and when there is a solar flare, and then however long it takes for that mass to get here and do its thing, they turn satellites off to protect them. Basically, they disconnect the satellites. This shit would be so powerful if it was the level of event that happened in the 1820s, I think. I'm not sure. No, it's got to be late, 1850s, 1860s. If it was that strength, just turning the satellites off wouldn't be enough. Those satellites would probably break. Power stations and transformers and things on the grid would break. And these things, we don't have space. The electricity company has 2 or 3 sat there waiting for if something goes wrong. They don't have 10, 20 or 100 for if they all need replacing. We would be waiting years for these things to be made. Preppers know about the Carrington event. Preppers prepare in case. Some of our things, some of our electronics, if this thing happened, phones and tablets and EcoFlows might stop working. Might, depending on the strength of what comes in. Things plugged into the grid, your television's plugged in, your freezer, your fridge are plugged in. They're probably going to break if one of these things happened. Anyway, all of that is to say, cables, folks. You need cables. You need more cables than you think you need. You need more cables, all the cables. Go buy all the cables, all the connectors, all the endings, because come the zombie apocalypse, somebody might come along who's got a device that you could maybe power if you've got the right cable. All the cables. It's almost, I might make that my motto. All the cables. You need all the cables. You need spares of all the cables. How many do you need? All of them. 10 is not enough. I've lived in a field here now for a couple of years, 3, and I've gone through about 20 fucking USB cables. Some of them didn't last a week. I've got a 3-meter one here that I accidentally broke. I picked up the EcoFlow one morning to put back in. It actually lives on top of a box, but it's actually sunk into the box. I put it down, the cable was sticking out at the front of the EcoFlow. I fucking bent it. Putting it down, the cable got caught and got bent by the box. And that was the end of that. And it was less than a week old. Cost me about €7 fucking, that one. This is where your money goes, folks, when you donate. I'm so extravagant. I buy a cable and break it within a fucking week. Sorry. It's a consequence of living in a tent that there's limited space, limited things. I'm moving things backwards and forwards, up and down and around and about, and shit happens. And sometimes USB cables are just shit anyway, and the flex, the stress relief around the connector. So you've got the connector itself, and then you've got that thicker bit that doesn't bend as easily. That's the stress relief. There's also a boot sometimes on you go when you plug a cable to the connector, and then there's the bit behind it that's part of the stress relief mechanism called a boot. Some cables have it, some don't. Shit breaks is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it in a roundabout way. I'm just saying shit breaks. And if you are a prepper, if you are planning on trying to get by for a month or 2 should something extreme happen, I'm not a big believer in like World War III. What's the magnetic pulse thing called? EMP, electromagnetic pulse. the thing we were talking about, Carrington event. These are extremes that will probably never happen in your lifetime or mine. Hopefully won't. But they do happen. They are things that these are potential. It's not Jackanory. It's not. If you're foreign, you're going to have to look up Jackanory. Jack, like the name, the letter Anory. Jackanory. It's a children's storytelling thing. But anyway, these are extremes. Might never happen in your lifetime. But power cuts happen. People go for a week or two with no power. People down south just went a month with no water or unsafe water. Everyone should be a prepper. If you're not, you're doing it wrong. Let me tell you this. The power could go off. It did in Spain. The whole fucking country, the whole of Spain, the power went off. For varying lengths of time, depending on where you were, between 6 and 18 hours for different people. The whole of Spain and Portugal and parts of France went off. Shit happens. Now they recovered from that one fairly quickly, given the scale of what happened. Next time they might not be as quick. Imagine a whole country without power for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. In America, they have the hurricanes and the wildfires and all the things, floods, and it's America. God doesn't like it, so he pisses on it and shits on it, and it all goes bad really often. Unlike Yorkshire, God's own country where nothing happens. We don't have earthquakes. We don't have any of that. We don't have hurricanes. We don't have tornadoes. Yorkshire, God's own country. But America, shit goes bad all the time. They're used to having no power for 3 days, a week, 10 days, 4 weeks. All of the things go wrong. They have generators and things to get by. Brits in particular are unprepared, ill-prepared for events. But events happen, folks. Be prepared for them. Hence my proselytization, good word. I like my words, don't I? Proselytization of EcoFlow. And similar, this is not the only brand. Other makes are available, as we used to say on Blue Peter. Other brands are available. EcoFlow, Jackery, Bluetti, Anchor, All Power, or All Powers. I think there's an S on the end. All of the makes, but you should all aim to have at least 1 kilowatt hour of battery backup, and maybe then have a diesel generator or propane generator as a backup for your backup. Nobody wants to sit listening to a generator for 12 hours, 24 hours a day, that kind of stuff. But if you can charge up your EcoFlow, I would recommend an EcoFlow Delta 3 in particular, or you could go Max or Pro. There's various iterations and extensions. Some of them are extensions to the machine itself, and some of them are brand extensions where it's a totally different device, but they've used the brand and extended. Go look it up. You want at least one kilowatt hour will run your fridge for the best part of a day, your fridge or your freezer, for the best part of a day. Karen, during a power cut, Karen had her Delta. She ran a washing machine on fridge freezer at the same time. Power cuts, folks, they happen. Be prepared. Have steps. If the power went off now, what are you doing? How do you even see to go do some doing? You're going to light your lighter and burn your fingers. You're going to light a match and burn the house down. You're going to light a candle and set fire to the curtains. What are you doing? Have you got a head torch? Is it within reach? Have you got electric lanterns, electric lights? Have you got a set of fairy lights? They're nice. Mine run off 3 batteries, 3 double A's that I try and charge every day, but haven't this week. Haven't at the minute. But what are you doing if the power goes off? What do you do? EcoFlow and all the other brands I mentioned some moments ago. Get yourself at least a kilowatt hour, however you do it, and have the devices that you would then power from it. Are you going to power? What are you doing? Are you charging your phone, your tablet? You need the cables. Don't forget the cables. We had this discussion some moments ago. Are you powering your router so that your home Wi-Fi is on again? Are you powering your landline on your phone? Or are you just going with your mobile? When the power goes out, nowadays, when your power goes out within half an hour, your phone goes out, your mobile disappears. The mobile data, the mobile broadband, whatever you call it. You got about half an hour. It used to be that the law said they had to have a week. There was a 7-day backup connected to masts and things. Nowadays, there are so many masts, the government has relaxed the rules, and now there's nothing. What's your plan? How do you stay in touch with your family if mobile phones go out, if the internet's gone? What are you doing? What are you going to watch? How are you going to entertain yourselves at night? Have you got an external hard drive loaded up with 3,000 films and 4,000 TV series? Do you know how to connect an external hard drive to your phone? Have you got an OTC cable or adapter? OTG, sorry, on the go adapter, so that you can connect an external hard drive? Do you know that once you've connected your hard drive and your phone's powering it, you're going to be running out of power fairly quick? So you want to connect, you want to use a file app, something like Total Commander, and you want to move and shuffle and copy files across and disconnect that thing as soon as possible. But do you know how to disconnect it properly, to unmount it is the technical term, so that you're not corrupting it and unable to use it again in future? Learn now while you've got power, so that you don't have to learn on the fly during a power cut when the world's gone to shit. Would be my advice if I was a prepper and if I was advising you about how to be a prepper. As it is, I'm just a tramp in a field. Fuck you. Fuck you very much. I should have, when I was listing the electrical devices I had, I should have mentioned the external hard drive and the pen drives. Either way, folks, you can connect a pen drive, a thumb drive, to a phone, or an external hard drive to a phone. The keywords are on the go, OTG. As long as you've got an OTG cable or adapter, you have to make sure it's got, if you're USB-C or if you're micro USB, you need that on one end and you need USB-A on the other for the things to plug in. And then you're away. Come the power come, you can power charge your laptop or tablet or phone from your EcoFlow. Then connect your external hard drive or thumb drive, whatever you've got, pen drive, whatever you want to call them. Move some files around and then disconnect it. You don't want to be powering that shit forever because it's a higher drain than normal. Long enough to move the files across, then unmount, which is the technical computery term for kind of disconnect. Unmount that drum, then physically disconnect it. You can unmount it but still be powering it. Physically disconnect it. And then you can watch the films or the TV programs, whatever that you had on there. Downloaded YouTube videos. Do you know how to download a YouTube video and store it without paying? You can do that if you pay YouTube, but then it's just get an app. Just download shit. Sail the high seas. Sail the seas. Do the pirate basing. and download TV programs and films. Don't listen to anyone who tells you you're going to get in trouble for it. You're really not. The people who share, the people who put stuff out there get in trouble. You and me, the end user, the person who downloads a film, the odds of us getting in any kind of actual fucking trouble is so remote you wouldn't believe. It's kind of basically never happened. Almost. There was a thing a few years ago. Some people were getting prosecuted for downloading porn. But it turned out the people who owned the porn film that were trying to sue everybody, they'd shared it out there to trap people and then to try and sue them, to embarrass them and get money out of them and all of that. But they'd put it out there themselves. It was a real big, long-running story for about 5 years. A guy called Mark Steele. Mark Steele. What was there was a name. It's something. It was. I'm not suggesting that you're likely to be downloading porn. I'm just saying that some people did. I'm going to type Mark Steele. Mark. And it was a not the comedian. No. If I type Pope Hat. Pope Hat. That's a John Steele. Prender Law, that was the name of it. John Steele, sorry, not Mark Steele. Thank you, Google. Google's AI is getting quite good. Prender Law, Prenda. Prender Law. Ken White, he's Pope Hat. He famously chronicled the whole thing for years. And these guys put out, they shared stuff out on Pirate Bay type thing, out, and then chased anyone who downloaded it and tried to sue them. John Steele. Where did I get Mark from? I remembered the Steele with an E at the end. I didn't miss it altogether. It was just, I'm not used to having my head that big, you know. I'm used to seeing me on my phone, not on the tablet. Bacon. Okay, we're back. I'm back into chat. It isn't even 1 o'clock in chat, and it's almost 2 o'clock in real life. Okay, in my time. I find myself being jealous. I'd like to have a bacon sandwich. Are they unlimited? I'd run through the entire supply. It's a meat right. Yeah, Karen, they win at the it was the raffle, not the you didn't win the quiz then. You just won the raffle. Karen's had a chicken kebab. Here's another one, folks. America. What the fuck is with kebab? I think that's Canada as well. The fuck are you guys on with your kebab? It's a kebab with an ah. Ah! Kebab. Fucking kebab. Karen's making, what was this, an hour ago? Karen's making Far More Hungry, chicken kebab, delicious. And then he starts, he's a foodie, so he's going to start. I have got feta cheese here. I've got an unopened tub of feta. Goes nice with watermelon, but I don't have watermelon at the minute. If I can't bring it Monday, I'll bring it Tuesday. Cisco. Oh, she's backing off, folks. She was going to bring me she was going to bring me a sandwich tomorrow. Now it might be Tuesday. Flour, Mike. Just make bread if you have yeast. You make sourdough. Building that bacteria and that. I haven't got the patience to take a week. Like I said, I haven't got an oven. I don't know about just cooking bread, baking bread. Baking is difficult without an oven. Now I do have these 2 cake tins that I could put one on the other, but again, it's direct heat on the bottom. I would need to lift it high above the flame, not have it in the flame, to be oven-like. But it's difficult. If I had a proper, if I had a Dutch oven, and I could make a proper real fire and then let it die down and sit the Dutch oven on the embers, that would be a way. Because that's kind of indirect heat. You're not, I mean, it is direct, but you've let it die down. You've got embers at 200 degrees instead of a flame at 500 and 600 degrees. Having the heat direct on the bottom of any kind of pan or tin makes baking difficult. Which is why my Yorkshire, I think, it might be that I'm just no good at making Yorkshire puddings, but I think that's why my Yorkies haven't come out well so far. It's the direct heat. Too much heat, too close to the source. Okay, Karen went to bed, that was at about 1:15. Catch you all later, she says. Farmer said good night. I got a feeling tonight's gonna be a good night. Black Eyed Peas, was it? I think it was. Okay, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing, folks. Tonight's the night I got the money, let's spend it up. USB-C is the new connectors for all the current iPhones, no more Lightning. Is that right? Lightning's gone. I think that was the EU who, yeah. When a block as big as the EU forces something through, companies tend to then just go with that and make that their worldwide to simplify things. Lightning. Does anyone remember, was it Firewire before Lightning? Firewire. That was a technology that was so far ahead of its time. It was so fast. No one had a use for it. Lightning. And you had Lightning, Firewire. I think it's called Firewire. It was 40 times faster than USB at the time. USB 1 probably at the time. Firewire. All the connections, all the connectors, all the wires. Black Eyed Peas. I've been told my eyes are like Fergie's anyway. Good night, anyone. You're making me hungry again. And then there's a video link. I don't know what that's to. I'm assuming Black Eyed Peas. I have the power. Power. Snap. Snap? I'm thinking snap. I have the power. Roughly 1989 or 90, was it? Snap. Power. It was either Snap or DJ. What's he called? Not Jazzy Jeff. Was he? Is DJ Jazzy Jeff the one that's a friend of Will out of Fresh Prince? That's not who I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the guy with a pineapple on his head. That's racist. I've got the power. I'm going to say Snap. I'm still going to say DJ Jazzy Jeff, but that's wrong. Hold on. Now I'm still an hour behind chat probably, but I'm off on one now. I got half a thought. So we had the Prendelaw thing with Pope Hat, and I remembered parts of it. It wasn't Mark Steele though, was it? Hold on. Now then, let me song. I've got the power. I'm going to type Snap to go with it. Oh, I think it said it. I've got the power. No, I got the power in me. Rebecca. No, that's not the one I'm thinking of, is it? I've got no. Song. I've got the power. I'm going to type Snap. Just because I think I'm right. Snap the power. 1990. I said 89-90. But it's not the singer I was thinking of. So who was I thinking of? Who's the black guy with the pineapple on his head? I know there's a lot of them. You'll have me saying the words in a minute. I don't want to say the words. I'm not racist. A man with a kind of spiky bun, if you want to put it that way. That's not. That's a different group to who I was imagining. So who am I thinking of from the same time? 89 or 90? 1989 or 90? DJ. Whoa. You just ditched my query entirely. I'm not typing that shit in again. What the heck just happened? Do I really have to type in again? 989 or 90? I'm hoping for the AI to help me. I want to say DJ Jazzy D, Jazzy Jeff. Who's that? Is Jazzy Jeff? Is that not the one that DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince? That's not where I was going. We're in the UK. Old school rave, acid house, acid. That's too vague. I'm not going to get it, folks. I'm not going to get it. I've got a picture in my head of a chunky black guy with the jewelry. And if I say a pineapple on his head, you know what I mean? I don't mean to be racist, but he's got the spiky bun. Dismount and reinsert. What? That's not what you mean. Okay. That's the unmounting the hard drives. You don't mount and dismount a hard drive. You mount and unmount a, what do they call it? A partition of a hard drive. It's almost like I'm technical. I have the He-Man. I have the power. That wasn't it. I have the power by the power of Grayskull. One of the few named swords in literary or in culture. Not many swords have names. Excalibur is usually the only sword people can name. But the sword of Grayskull is one of the other ones. Anyway, that's not why you're called. Coolio. No, Coolio. Okay, Coolio is an American. I'm thinking of a British bloke. I've got a tune almost. I've almost got a tune in my head. We're looking at 1989, folks. It's got to be 89. British hits. It's of that acid house stroke. There's rap element. The guy had his own record label. He ran a market stall originally. He had a market stall. Then he had his own record label. DJ. I've got Jeff or Jazz, which is why I went with the Jazzy Jeff, even though I knew that was the guy, Fresh Prince's friend. That's not where I was going. I wasn't going with Will Smith's mate. I want to say Jazz. I got to go with Jazz. Let's see whether I can have another go at finding. I'm just going to go with Jazz with a single Z. Not Jazzy Jeff, DJ Jazz. Jazz. Oh, 8990. No, not Jay-Z. You're going off on one. Not Jay-Z. Jazz. Oh. (1890) recognized as a golden part of the golden age of hip hop. That's probably the word I was looking for, rather than rap. Jazz. Oh, is that? Who's Jazz? Oh. Let's have a look at what that. Can I get a picture? Also known as the jazz or big jazz. That's not ringing any bells. I was thinking of soul to soul. Hold on. Soul. The word soul just triggered something. Soul to soul. Who's that? Back to life, back to reality. How does that go? Soul to soul. It's Jazzy B. There you go. Look at that. It was in there. I couldn't get it out, but it was in there. Jazzy B. Soul to soul, led by Jazzy B. Defining hits. Keep on moving and back to life. That's however do you want me. Back to life, back to reality. 1989, I had the year right. Jazzy B. Fuck! There it is! Bingo! I saw the word soul on the page and it triggered a memory and got me there. There you go. It's in there, mate. It's in there. I can't always get it out. The connections don't always. You've got half a fucking recollection of something and half an hour of Googling and I can find it. And then I remember it. Now I know it. Fuck. He's Jazzy B. He's the guy. Someone's going to call me racist, but he's a big black guy with the pineapple on it. I haven't got a better. Is there a proper name for that haircut? Give me a proper word, then I'm not saying the words and being the racist that you all think I am. He's got the pineapple. He's got the bun, the spiky bun. Let's ask Google if there's a word. Is there a name for that haircut? Black men with spiky bun. What? How do you even ask the question without being racist? Name of haircut. That's not how you spell off. Name of haircut. Black man. Pineapple on his head. Pineapple haircut. Is there a name? Is that what it's called? Is that a legit phrase? What is the name of the black male haircuts? Which hairstyle is called It is actually called hair pineappling. That is an actual thing. Gathering loose curls and coils into a loose ponytail at the very front of your head. Oh, that's before going to sleep. I'm not being racist when I say pineapple. I thought I was being all the cunts on. Okay, it's called pineapple. Who knew? Dread bun. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean it is that kind of spiky bun. But you hear it was a football chant once upon a time. He's got a pineapple on his head. He's got a pineapple on his head. Now that probably was racist. Maybe. I mean, there was a time people used to throw bananas onto the football field when there was a black player. John Barnes will tell you all about it. But what if you said mango? Yeah, that would be less. That's probably less racist, but it doesn't look like a mango. That horrible big flat stone in the middle of a mango. That was a no good. There's a mango, yeah, with a big flat stone. Takes up about half the inside. Almost as bad as what's the South American pear that everyone puts on toast nowadays? Words! I haven't got words. Somebody give me the words. In South America, it's almost a weed. Those trees just line the streets and people pull them off. Toast, come on. People, you cut the pear thing in half and then you do the thing with the knife to take the big stone out. That's even worse than the mango. And I haven't got the words. It's green. The inside's kind of greenish as well. You mush it up and Oh, fucking connections are not being made, folks. Come on. South America, pear, big stone. I can't believe I'm having to Google this shit. Don't make me do this. Give me the answer. What use is chat if you can't get this? South America, avocado. I didn't even type it. Look, it just came to me. Avocado, big pear, big stone. I got friends from Peru. You see, I'm not the race. I have the friends. I have people of those persuasions. From Lima, but in Lima, avocados are weeds. The tree's just in the middle of the fucking street, and people just walk past and pick. They're not expensive. They're for free. They're in the fucking road. They're by the side of the road. They're just there. People in Peru don't pay for avocados, whereas we ship them halfway around the world and pay a fortune for them just to make your toast in the morning. There you go. Who knew? Right, folks, we've hit the 4-hour mark. I think I've still got coffee left from the start. I've also got a growing amount of pressure in my bladder, which means I'm going to have to take care of that. The question is, are we continuing? How many people are here? I got Farmer and Andy. Everyone else, I think, has left us. The numbers are a little low. We never got that many thumbs up so far today. I must have bored you all. When I watch this back tomorrow, it will very much be just background noise, I think. I don't think it's been a stunning show. I apologise if I have a lack of preparation and not much to actually twatter on about. I didn't finish discussing my week. We got as far as Saturday night to Big Clive and Scruff Dog, I think. I don't think I've finished. Don't think anything much happened today. It was sunny. I managed to get some power into the EcoFlows fairly early. That's about it for the day, I think. Managing the EcoFlows and the solar panel. On the doggy. Hey, babe. You're awake? You just had to go. I don't know if you heard Tina chomping. She just tried to eat a fly. I'll see whether I can show my girl as she is awake and her head is off the ground. Hey, babe? Can I? Because when I started the stream, folks, when I created the stream on the tablet, it went live straight away. It didn't let me set it, so I came live early, but we're on the tablet. The tablet doesn't have a flash or a light built into the back for the other camera. I do have to try and, let me just check I've got enough power. We're up to 75%, so that's not bad. We were down to 5% at one point. I forgot to plug it in. I'm going to pick the tablet up. I'm going to turn it around and point it at a Tina, but you're not going to be able to see her. And I don't have, you can just about see the back of her head. I'm going to try and bring the lamp over. That's going to disconnect probably. Whoa, hold on. Where are we? Full power. Can you see her? Here she is. Hey, baby. Can I get a cuddle? Come talk to the peoples. Come talk. Auntie Karen was here before. Auntie Karen. Josie. Ismo was here. Ismo was here early. No, you're not going to turn around and talk to. Oh, my shoulder's cramping up. Tina is here, but she doesn't want to talk to you. She doesn't like the lamp. It's the light. Hey, baby. Daddy loves his girl. Daddy loves his girl. I did that thing again, folks. I reached out for her and I was watching my hand on the screen, and it doesn't match reality. There's a disconnect. I should just look straight at Tina. Hey, baby. Okay, I'll leave her alone. Let's put the camera back. Oh, you unfortunate people. Put the camera back on me. And you got a close-up of my face, which nobody wants. Nobody ever wanted a close-up of my face. I've talked about cherubism before now, haven't I? If you've never looked it up, look it up. You'll probably see x-rays of me. I used to be in all the science journals. I was that freak of nature. Where are we? Middle. No, I think we've put on full. I don't think it's been charging while it's been on the well, it was a tripod. It's now a bipod. There are only toucans in the toucans, and none of them have got a yellow beak, orange beak. There's a bird joke for you folks. It's a toucan. You came to talk to a tramp, and all you get is bird jokes. Toucan. Toucan play at that game. I am not used to seeing my face so fucking big in front of me. This is most disconcerting, I must be honest. I will endeavour next time to make sure that I do all of this on the phone. That way I don't have to look at such a big face. Are we carrying on? I'm not sure whether we're carrying on or not, folks. I'll maybe go to the half hour. That's what I'm thinking at the minute. We'll do another. See, Farmer's got to be off now. Good night, Fabrizio, my friend. Thank you for joining us and keeping the conversation going. So it's just Farmer and Andy, and Farmer's off. Everyone's leaving. Nobody's here. Karen went to bed. I will check back the links that you've posted. I will check them out tomorrow when I come back and rewatch as I usually do. It's just you, Andy. The others are just lurking in the background. They might not even be real people. They could be bots. They could be first timers who are just joining us, or I might be background noise as part of their delight and delectation on this Sunday evening or night, or maybe Monday morning if Akadaka and similar, if any of our Australian friends are here, Australians and Kiwis, if there's any of you about. I don't know who we catch at this time of night. Do I have a conversation? Do I have anything else to talk about? I went off on one there trying to remember DJ Jazzy B, and Soul to Soul. I couldn't. It took me half an hour to get there. I had half a recollection, and I couldn't recollect. Did you get it? She did. She caught a fly. You can tell. She'll snap to try and get the fly, but if she then chews for the next 10 seconds, it means that she got it. Well done, you. You're cold. You got cold ears. You got cold ears. You don't want to go underground. You're going under the covers for a little bit, get warm. Eh? I think she wants to go under. I think that's what she was indicating. Hey, babe. That's my girl. Okay, folks, let me have a quick look. I did get as far as Saturday night and into Sunday morning. I just want to see, I can't even remember what's happened today. Has anything happened today? It was a sunny day. I remember that much. Sunday, forecast says sunny all day, but not as warm. Yeah, that was weird. Clear blue sky, sunny all day, only 14 degrees. We've had days recently 23, 24 degrees. So why a sunny day with a clear sky but only 14? I was considering doing a cooking stream in the afternoon. I've said this earlier. I have got steak waiting to be used. I was going to have steak and chips perhaps this afternoon. Didn't get around to it. Steak and chips with an egg or two I've put here. Fried egg. Steak, chips, egg. I would definitely do some onion. I was just talking before about whether I did onion rings because I've got this bag of flour needs using. I could make flatbreads. Weather is weird at the moment. It can be, yeah. This is the weirdest winter. So I've been in Spain 10 years now. And this winter has been so different to all the others. The other winters were a lot wetter. It rained more frequently. When it has rained here, it's absolutely rained, but it hasn't rained many times. In previous years, now, like the back end of February or early March would be the coldest part of winter. We had a week. Typically, we'd have a week at the back end of February down to like 3 degrees. This year we had that in November and December. It got cold early and then has passed. There were some nights where my ears were too cold. I had my snood. I'm not wearing a jumper. I'm just in a t-shirt at the minute. I've already kind of cast off the jumper and the scarf or snood. Bit poncy snood, you know what I mean? But I haven't got a scarf, so I've got 2 snoods somehow. Picked them up from bins at some point. You got what you got. But no, the weather has been a little bit, it's been different to other years. It has. We did get snow one year. It snowed in Torrevieja for the first time in 100 years while I was here. I think it was my first winter here. It must have been, because I was on Avenida de la Mancha while I was in Royal Interpark Dos. Royal Interpark Dos. Yeah. Anyway, so this morning, I was thinking to myself I might do steak and chips and stuff, and but didn't. I never got around to that. 8 o'clock, I walked Tina, and as soon as I got in, I connected the solar panel to the EcoFlow, and it was already bringing in loads of power, 18 watts. I went out and moved the panel slightly. There was a bit of a shadow on one corner, and we were quickly up to 25, almost 30 watts, 28 watts, just from moving the panel slightly. And this was when I had if you watch the video I did earlier, this is where I had my issue where, because now I've got 2 EcoFlows. We got up to 70% on this EcoFlow, my original EcoFlow, River 2. I plugged in the River 3, same cable, and it reported 10 watts less. So this one said it was getting 41, the other one said 30. And I don't know if that's just a display difference or if the MPPT charge controller just isn't optimizing as well on the new one. Is this one overstating and not really getting that power? There's all the questions, and I haven't got a way to evaluate. I don't know what to do about that. I was thinking that the newer one would be the better one, and that would be my primary, and this would become like a backup for the days when I run out of power. But if this one can draw 41 watts, whereas the other one can only get 31 or 30 from the same input, is it an actual difference? Is it a display difference? I mean, what? I love EcoFlow's hardware, but their firmware and software leave a lot to be fucking desired. I want to be like their biggest evangelist, and I keep hitting fucking hurdles with them. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to view it. Andy says, yeah, I saw that video. It could be related to the differing load between the batteries. Yeah, there's lots of possibilities, isn't there? Is it the built-in charge controller? Is it the battery management system? Is it a real difference, or is it just a display difference? Do I need to empty them both and charge them both and do the BMS optimization routine that I went through a couple of months ago? I don't know if it's a real difference or not. Or is it just an artifact of software and currently my thought is, if one tells me it can draw 41 watts and make use of 41 watts from that solar input, and the other can only make use of 30, then the 41 has to be primary. I have to use the old one as my primary because it looks like it does better and makes more use of the solar input. Given my circumstances, I have to maximize. We're trying to min-max on the making use of the solar we've got. I sound like the fucking Wombles, making good use of the power we've got. The things the everyday folk leave behind. That's my friend Mark. Marky's a Womble. That's his handle on YouTube. It's kind of knocked me a little bit. I thought newer would be better. I mean, the box is only 2/3 of the size. It's got the same storage and all the same inputs and outputs and should all be the same. It's 2/3 of the size after 2 years of development. They've managed to get the size down. But if that's an actual difference, now at the minute I'm a little bit hobbled because my solar panel doesn't go much above 40 watts until I can buy new ones and do the things because of it being broken. But if there's really like a 25% difference, 40 watts versus 30 watts, if that's real, actual, I have to keep using the old one as primary and only plug the other one in when the first one's full. I don't know. I'm in a bit of a ponderous mood about it. There's a comment. What was the comment? Could relate to the differing load between the batteries. The BMS is doing basic formula with volts and current. A slight difference anywhere is going to show a different result. Yeah, but I mean, I can accept a different result. Like if it was 39 versus 42, but 30 versus 40, that's a bigger disparity than I'm comfortable with. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, look at that, a yawn. Oh, fuck. Who knew? I'm yawning. Where are we? We're coming up on 20 past the hour, are we? I'm going to call it quits on the half hour, folks. And we've got about 12 minutes left. We'll have 10 minutes chat and then we'll say goodnight with Tina and we'll do the... Oh, Tommy Tombstone. Hello. Hello, Tramp World. Late night, keeping it going. Trying to, but I was just saying, I think I'm probably going to call it quits in 10 minutes or so. We did make it over the 4 hours. Yeah, the 40 watts on one I was going to say TrampCast, that's not the word, is it? 40 watts in on one of the EcoFlows and 30 watts registering on the other is too big a disparity for if it was 1 or 2, even 3 or 4 watts, you just, okay, yeah. But if there's a 10 watt difference, like in summer when we've got 10 hours of sunshine, a 10 watt difference for 10 hours, that's a hell of a fucking difference over the course of the day. You're looking at 100 watt hours. That's half an EcoFlow. That's half of a river, almost. 250 watt hours it stores. If you've got a disparity of 100 watt hours over a course of a day, that's crazy. And all this is all before I get proper solar panels and new solar panels and get back up to full speed, full capacity, full flow, however you want to word it. I am hindered by the solar panel only operating at half power, but yeah, I don't know, folks. I think I'm about to fart. Oh, I was hoping you weren't going to hear it, but it became apparent you were, so I hung a lantern on it and told you all about it. Sorry, children, as Uncle Roger would say. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. For anybody, and I know there will be people out there lurking who have maybe just dropped in and don't know what they're watching. Why are you watching this guy? Why are you talking to a tramp or watching a tramp? The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. Not my real name. I'm not even a Mike. But I respond to Mike because it's the obvious thing that you're going to call me after I name myself Delta Mike. The Delta Mike is my initials, DM, in the NATO phonetic alphabet. We ran through this earlier. I think I'll go through it again just quickly. Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta. Echo Foxtrot Golf Hotel India Juliet Kilo Lima Mike. November Oscar Papa Quebec Romeo Sierra Tango Uniform Whiskey Yankee X-Ray Zulu. Did I get that wrong? Did I get my X and Y the wrong way around there? I think I got my X and Y the wrong way around. I'll play it back tomorrow and see. Fuck. Bit embarrassing if you don't know your alpha. But it's you're alive. Apparently we got a disconnect. I hope it wasn't while I was doing the alphabet. I did just get one of the letters wrong. Too. I think I got my XYZ the wrong way around. Oops. But anyway, that's where the Delta Mike comes from. For anyone, I have, like, sometimes some people have donated to me and I answer them and I put my real name. And then they're surprised that I'm not Mike. Or people come and meet me in the field and they call me Mike and that's acceptable. But then I tell them it's not really Mike and I tell them the real name. And some people get a little bit, well, offended wouldn't be the right word, but some people are a little bit surprised. So I try to explain fairly often that I'm not really Mike, but I answer to it because why wouldn't I? I go by it online. It's the name of my YouTube channel. It's the name of my email account. Long story short, folks, I went 6 months without a phone, and when somebody bought me a phone and I went to log in on the new phone, I couldn't. It wanted to send a text message to my old phone to confirm that I'm me. I could obviously I didn't have the old phone. So I had to come up on the spot, come up with a new email address and a new Gmail account, a new Google account on the spot. I tried to go with my initials, they were taken. So I did the NATO phonetic thing. That was taken. Delta Mike on its own was taken. So I had to go with the Delta Mike Torrevieja thing. So that's how we got there. So Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. Homeless, a hobo, a tramp. I've said them in the wrong order. Look at that, I've done that again. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps rough on the streets, or in my case, in a field. See, it's a learned thing now, and if I put them in the wrong order, I throw myself off kilter. So Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain, where I find myself trapped by circumstance. My English bank don't accept that I'm me, so won't let me have my money. In order to get my money, I have to go back to the UK and stand in my bank branch with passport and 3 other forms of ID. The Spanish police don't seem to like the idea of me leaving the country at the minute. And so I can't get my money to get a lawyer to sort out the Spanish police and courts. And there's a catch-22 there. And so I'm in a holding pattern, just trying to stay alive. I have a link for donations if anybody is of a mind to. I use the money wisely, I would say. I mean, I get a bit of stick for drinking alcohol, being homeless and drinking. I think if you were living in a fabric fucking house, in a field, with temperatures around 3 and 4 degrees some nights, you might have a drink. I think you might. Now, drink in Spain is cheap, so it's not that I blow all my money pissing it against the wall on expensive alcohol. It's €3 or €4 for a 12-pack of beer. A litre of brandy is €6. Other people buy them for me. People donate. Some people stipulate this is for booze. Some people give me a donation and say not for booze. And I honour all stipulations, all donations that come with a stipulation, I try to honour. Mostly I save the money up and look at how it can help me lift my life to the next level. Hence, EcoFlows, lights, batteries, a fridge freezer, camping fridge freezer. What else have I got? I've got an electric Christmas tree. I've got a slow cooker. Some of these things are donated, gifted. Some of them are bought. Solar panels. I need a new solar panel. My solar panel's fractured, broken, shattered, whatever wording you wish to use. But I think I use your money wisely. I try to honour the spirit in which donations are made. Like I said, I honour stipulations where they're made. If someone says get yourself a beer, I'll spend the money on beer. If someone says not for beer, I won't spend that money on beer. I go to other things, hardware, EcoFlows, cables. Fucking how many cables have I bought? Lights, batteries. What did I buy? I did a Temu order not long ago. I've got things for slicing and chopping and cooking. I've got quite a few cookery videos on the channel. So cookery stuff. Slicing, dicing, peeling. I bought a whisk that you press down on and it spins on its own. Sometimes whisking is too hard a work if you can just press down and have it do the shit for you. Cables. I said cables, but where's this one? It's not here, is it? It's not. I've lost my little octopus cable. It has four USB-C connectors on the end. It's not here. It's here somewhere here. Probably sat on it. Not that I can find. Fallen on the floor maybe? No, there's cotton bud, but not. I don't know where that is. That's interesting. It's always interesting when something manages to go missing on a bed. I lose more things here on the bed. It's not here. It's absolutely not here. Anyway, I bought cables. USB-A at one end, 4 USB-C at the other. That's how I charge my batteries. So I try and use your money wisely, judiciously. Obviously, there's other more obvious like food and water. When I buy, I occasionally buy water. If friends bring it, that's even better. But yeah, a drink is in order. Well, I will absolutely not argue with that, Tommy Tombstone. That was at 2:26, which is I'm only 3 hours behind. Okay. Andy is ashamed to be drinking Coke. Tequila night was last night. Oh, you got to be good tonight because tomorrow's work. Fama. I thought you left us. Fama is back. Fabrizio is back. The drinks are in order. Beer, whiskey, beer, tequila, tequila, tequila. Andy says tequila night was last night. Cheers, folks. I will... Really? It's the tash, folks. It's the tash and the beard. It runs down there and now it's ripping off. I think I managed to miss my mouth as well. A gob this big, but I managed to miss it. Tequila, does that say Tequila Sunrise? I'm guessing, yeah. It was behind I got the arrow that points down as if there's another message, but there isn't. It's just in the fucking way, stopping me from reading the last message. And now I keep waving my hand in front of the camera. Okay, folks, I said we were going to call it quits on the half hour, and I think we are. We've done 4.5 hours. That's my shift for tonight. I thank everyone who donated on Friday night into Saturday morning. I got some good donations. Farmer in particular went over the top. We're going to talk about that. Excuse me. Oh, I'm burping. I think. Are you still awake, babe? Or are you? Once she got her head under the covers, her ears were cold. Once she got her ears under the, I think she's asleep. Oh no, you're moving. There you are still here. Hello. If I bring the camera over, will you say goodnight to everybody? All the peoples want to say goodnight to Tina. We talk to the peoples. You don't look that impressed. I don't think she's that impressed by the idea, folks. How are we going to do this? That's awkward. I'm going to try. Can I do this? I'm going to bring the camera. I'm going to bring the tablet over, but I'm going to try and use the flash from this. This is all a bit awkward. This isn't plugged in, so I'm gonna turn that around like that. Look at that. Look, you are looking at the currently it's a bipod rather than a tripod. There are only 2 cans upon which the lamp is stood. I've done that. I'm gonna try and bring you over. Hey, babe. No, I've got both hands full. Hey, babe. Tina, girl. Say goodnight. Say goodnight to Farmer and Andy and Tommy Tombstone. Say goodnight to the peoples. You are not impressed, are you? You are not in the best of moods, missus. What's going on? It's the light. Shining a light in the middle of the night, folks. Okay, I'm going to try and turn that off, which is, it makes me put the coat. I have to put my pin in first. Hold on. Oh, okay, that's off. I'm going to bring you across here. I'm going to say from Tina, I know you can't see her now, but this is it, folks. We are ending just here, okay? If that's okay with everybody. She didn't want the lamp. She's down there somewhere, but I've turned the light off now. You can't see her. From Tina. And whoa, hand over the camera. Turn it back to me, you bugger. And look at that. You got the big close-up of the big head. From Tina and from me, Delta Mike. Out. Catch you later, guys.